Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, August the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Real, I want to bring your attention to NIO. You were already gone from the room yesterday. Let me just show you NIO, though, and what happened on my end anyway. If you can see on this 15-minute chart, I'm going to expand it. Oops, I'm going to expand it just a little bit. You see these two bottoming tails right there? On the channel, they had broken down the bottom of the channel and then they popped up. And so this is the first one I've taken on a bounce. And look what it, well, you know, are they all going to do this? Of course not. But look at the run it had right to the end. I got in actually right around 1680. And sold almost right to the bitter end at 1780. Wish I'd held some, but very interesting. This was, again, the channel break right there in those 2:15 minutes. And then it broke just above the channel and just started to run. Thought I'd bring that to your attention. That's the first one I've done on a bounce from the channel. I know we were talking yesterday how we're mainly concentrating on the shorts, but that really worked out well on the bounce. All right. Other things that are happening this morning, as well as NIO. My goodness, NIO is just on a mission. Another all-time high. JWN, Nordstrom's, though, this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Bit of a gap down. Trying to recover a little bit. Yeah, you remember that, right? Right. It was awesome. It just kept moving higher and higher and higher. Guys, the SPACs are really starting to warm up again. I mean, they've already, maybe for this last week. Here's another one, DPHC. And this is an all-time high now. This is, I don't know who they're looking to buy, but Fluidigm, FLDM. Larissa mentioned that one earlier. Fluidigm. Yeah, well, it had a, wow, it actually popped all the way up to 12. It has dropped quite a bit, though. Lordstown Motors. Okay, thank you. Candy. KNDI. Candy. Not sure I see any specific reason other than, of course, it's, this is not, yeah, it is, okay. So probably maybe being tugged along with NIO. Real mentioned Plan. Huge gap up, of course, for it. This is one of the earnings plays. Big gap up for Plan. Another huge gap up. Salesforce, another known company. Salesforce, huge gap up for it. Look at this, $32, 15%. It's a big float. All-time high, of course, now for Salesforce. CRM. IMUX. Just want to see if it's still hanging in there. Yeah, it's kind of hanging in there. Did hit 1881. It has dropped almost $1 from the highs, the pre-market. Just see if I can find any news on it. I don't see, other than Piper Sandler initiates coverage, I don't see any specific news on it. And that is for IMUX. XPA, there is news on XPA. Unfortunately, not good if you're an investor or a holder of this one. They're doing a financing. It looks like the financing is at around 3 to 315. The warrants involved, etc. So, and it's at the market, but it's 350. I'm going to call it around $3. Okay, that is, so it's underneath the financing price. XPA. HTBX. Yeah, it's had a nice nice move this morning, kind of holding its own. The 200, I'm sorry, that's the 200. I don't know why I don't have the 200. Oh, it's way down here. That's why that's another line. So the 200-day moving average is way down here. So it's way above it. That's not an issue. HTBX. Yes, TRNE. I do have this one. I think it was kind of wild this morning. Yeah, that's what I saw. So you have this huge topping tail and then the pullback. But you're right, TRNE is another SPAC. I don't know who they're after. LI is still reasonably strong. It's yeah, actually it's pretty good now, guys. I mean, it's just at the yesterday's high, takes that out. So it probably has some run in it. Now Works was up. Let me see if it's still up. Works, WORX. Yeah, another big pullback though from the highs, 248 down to $2, but it's still up 28%. Huge volume. PSTG. PSTG is gapping down. Yeah, big gap down for PSTG. Look at this, underneath everything now. Next level of support might be around 1320. I think Real is just mentioning that one also. Yeah, we don't have earnings for it. When I say that, oh, I'm sorry, we do. August 20. Oh, that was yesterday. Sorry. Okay. August 25th pre-market. So I had earnings yesterday, PSTG. GTX. GTX. Balance sheet warning. Never a good press release. GTX has gap down. GTX. Big gap down. Look at that, 34%. Look at this area right there. Maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, on the Heatopix, yeah. I think what we were talking about wasn't so much the news. I think he said insiders had bought, or CEO had bought. JD. I don't know if it's an earnings play. No, it's not an earnings play, but just, wow. I mean, just another China stock that is just absolutely all-time high now for JD. TTM is actually, I didn't see this one. India stock out of Mumbai. TTM through the 200-day yesterday, the 200-day moving average yesterday. It's a big float, $500 million in the float. Has room though, does have some room. Look at that monthly chart for TTM. All right, let me just take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. I don't think I've missed anything that's on that list I had. Okay, some of the upgrades and downgrades. You know, again, not very many. Interesting. Got a couple of upgrades for Urban. I think they had URBN. I think they had earnings yesterday. Morgan Stanley with a NIO upgrade. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Okay, guys, not very many of each in terms of the upgrades and downgrades. Okay. 9:16. So let me see if anything else is sneaking in. I did not mention time. The reason I didn't, no, actually, I guess I could now. Time did hit 183 pre-market. It's pulled back to 155. Still a huge gap up. Pretty choppy on this weekly chart. It's not a super low float, 58 million. See if I can see any news. Reveals potential oral therapy. Okay, so this is a virus play. So TYME is a virus play. Yeah, that GTX is, I mean, it's just bad news. And it's, gap way down. Now, let's see, on the weekly chart, looks like there might be some support around that 423 level. Look at the weekly bottom right there, and there, right around that 423, 420 level. Could be some support there, but never good when, the press release states balance sheet warning. Never a good thing. Here's that fluid. Wow, is this ever a wild one? Look at this. I mean, 981 right back up to 1121 Fluidigm. Very, very wild action for Fluidigm this morning, FLDM. No, those are just analysts' ideas, okay? This is not me saying these are going to go up or down. These are just what analysts are suggesting, their opinions, shall we say. Sometimes it's interesting, sometimes it's not. You might see a stock that you're interested in, and if you see an analyst giving it a downgrade, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to tank or anything. Or even on the flip side, if you're interested in a stock and you're holding and they give you an upgrade. I mean, it's always better to see an upgrade than a downgrade if you're holding a stock. I did mention TRNE. I did mention it. It's just kind of flatlining right now. And again, one of the SPACs. Did somebody, I think I asked, or who are they after? Did anybody know? TRNE. I'm going to have to resurrect my SPAC top list. Well, like real, I mean, I'm looking at, not that I don't normally trade these more expensive ones, but certainly a fade on plan might be in order. I mean, it's gapped up so much, but You never know. I mean, it could just keep running for a while. That's why I was real saying it's got to be careful. I mean, the NIO is still strong. You know, it's going to be in play all day. I mean, look at this, 18 million already have traded. Desktop metals. Okay, just one moment, please. You're right. Sorry about that. I don't know why I turned my mic off. I think I coughed or something. Sorry about that. So yeah, Fluidigm. Interesting. Citron doesn't, the quote unquote notorious short seller, but they've gone long on this one. So I'm not sure if my mic was off when I was talking about Time, Tyme. Yeah, DKS, I noticed, I heard it. When I say heard it, it was, yeah, another earnings play. Yeah, I forgot to mention it. DKS, another earnings play, up 14%. How are the other sporting goods ones doing? Here's HBB, Hibbert. So we might look at this one, Hibbert, HIBB or Hibbit, HIBB, breaking out on the daily, almost on the weekly, almost on the monthly. Yeah, I know we have different, you know, my 5 minute it's over, on the 15 it isn't. I know we're going to have different looks, real. I'm at, what was the price? DKS. No volume yet for this one. I'm just looking at some of the ones that are on my watch list, which may or may not trigger. You know, the ones I'm talking about from here, I'm going to close these two down. And as always, I will be connected to the simulator. All right, Lee is on the move again. Lee Auto, LI. It's kind of a interesting. Nio and Lee, almost the same share price. 1903 for Nio and Lee. 1901. Big volume coming into Urban right now. URBN. Nice little volume kick. Couple of upgrades for it this morning. Yeah, less than a minute. Okay, guys. What are we? Wednesday now already. Well, let's have another great trading day today. Not this time on the mic. I should be fine. If you can't, well, if you can't hear me, you got to do a refresh. All right, 2, 1. We are now open. Wow, look at this Fluidigm now. So Fluidigm, let's take a look at it on the monthly chart. And this is not an IPO. I guess it looks like they probably changed symbols. I don't know what this was before, but they're urban, well, above the channels as I see them, but just one moment, please. Wow, Lee, look at Lee. Look at the pot for Lee. Look at the volume that came in. 600,000 shares. Look at the volume for Lee. It is now, this is a horse race now between Nio and Lee. Oh my goodness, look at Lee. I'm sure William is getting his shorting ready for Lee. Now, I don't typically take anything in the first 15 minutes, just kind of let things try to settle down a little bit. I know I'm going to miss some initial runners, but there you go. I knew he would. Be careful. I mean, obviously, well, you know what you're doing. Just before the CCH, is this another one of those? Yes, another one of the SPACs, guys. CCH. Look at the volume coming in. Boy, these, and look at this. I mean, it's an all-time high now. CCH, guys. And there's Nio. Look at Nio. Look at the volume that came in. 10 million shares. I mean, it's a big float. You know, almost $1 billion in the float, but look at the volume that came in. Boy, I wish I'd held some of this. I noticed Solo also earlier had a little pop. Kind of holding. I mean, a big bottoming tail there, but kind of holding. Yes, BYFC, another one. Another SPAC, right? Well, I don't know if it's a SPAC exactly, but maybe not. No, this is, okay, this is part of that U1, Carver, etc. Yeah, no, I know it's not a SPAC. Fluidigm now. Wow, what a drop now for Fluidigm. All right, works. Look at the volume that's coming in. And this is, wow, guys, this is a low float also. 4.7 million in the float, WORX. Look at the volume that's coming into it. Right now it's almost double the float. GTX, wow, GTX, okay, so much for that support that was maybe going to be around here. For GTX, again, you know, you get a press release like that. Balance sheet warning, nobody likes to see that. I don't know about 21, but 20 looks imminent for NIO. All right, so PSTG actually has had a pop here. What's the market doing? So Dow's down a little, SPY's up a little, NAS is up. You're welcome, William. You're welcome. I'm just kidding. I don't know if if you saw Lee before. I always hate to do this. Almost feel like I'm goading you into shorting these. Oh, okay. And of course, that is not my intention. The GTX news balance sheet warning. So this is work, not works. So WORK. Here's a nice pop for it. It is just absolutely lagged all the other ones. But big volume that just came in, 600,000 shares. Now, this is way above the channels, way above. All right, this is continuing, guys. Works. WORX is continuing here. This is not shortable for me. Yeah, you got to be careful in this fluid time. I mean, look at the move. 1220 all the way down to 1083 has come back up. So if you're going to trade this one and you're trying to trade it intraday, you're going to have to take fewer shares. This is just so whippy. Another one to watch, SPWR, William. All right. Well, bounce back so far for Smith and Wesson SWBI. Bounce back so far. SWBI was just basically faded all day yesterday until kind of the end, I guess. Take a look at it on this. See this? Faded all day. And then at the end kind of rallied a bit. A little rally after hours. Now a big rally right here. Look at the volume coming in. SWBI. Well, real watching these channels now, it certainly has taken the excitement of chasing things a little bit. Not even chasing, but just even things that I used to think were setting up, even on some fairly decent pattern. I'm just not taking them now. All right, TRNE guys, TRNE SPAC. Now this got as high as 11.97, almost $12 in the pre-market. This has some room. I mean, you're probably seeing this too. I mean, PSCG, big channel breaks. Well, big comeback here for SWBI. What was the high yesterday? Let's see if it even gets close to it. 1938. It's $1 away. It may not get close, but all right. Well, these ones, SWBI, PSTG, on the move here, not being helped by the market. So these are really trading on their own. I would say both. I mean, you can look at SWBI and PSTG. Excuse me, extended. Well, I mean, at some point, this has to maybe nearer to that whole number PSDG as it gets closer to 16. It was a earnings play yesterday. Morning paradox. IMV. Sorry, I did see you post that before. IMV. Well, there's no volume. Just no volume. Guys, SWBI and PSCG, I mean, they look at some point they're pretty ripe. They're above the channels, and boy, another one. I mean, some of these are just ripping here. Michael's companies, MIK. I mean, not yet. I mean, they're still on the move. I mean, till they kind of stall. No, the blue arrow. All that means is that's where the alert happened. That's all. It's got nothing to do with long or short. You can find them if you go to edit. You have a chart up, edit, and go to studies. Okay, and then now this is going to be a little bit different from what Real has, but nonetheless, volatility studies. I'm sorry, regression studies, and one of them is the standard deviation channel. Okay. Yeah, no shorts available for works for me. Wow, another one on the move here, guys. AMRN, big float, 376 million in the float. Big float though. All right, 948. So, okay, we do have a couple in here. So what's SPWR? But it's above the channel. Well, SWBI, I mean, it may stall right around that whole number, 19. But we've got some runners that just have not pulled back yet. SWBI, um, SPWR. How's Pure Storage doing now? Okay, well that finally, yeah, it actually did finally pull back a little bit. Don't know. You'd have to look it up. I honestly don't know the difference. Bollinger Band. I mean, they're all to do with areas above the standard deviation. Standard deviation, remember, is just a number. That's why linear regression works also if you put a standard deviation of 2. I mean, that's all it really is. I know Real may disagree, but unless there's something kind of weird going on, special that they're doing at TOS, but that's all it really is. Haven't seen Nutanix for a while. NTNX. Look at this one. Boy, big, lot of room for Nutanix, NTNX. Cloudera, another one that's on the move. Cloudera, CLDR. So again, anytime you click on an alert, a real-time alert, you're going to get a blue arrow on the chart, okay? It's just all it's telling you is where the alert happened. That's all. It's got nothing to do with going long or short. It's just telling you where the alert happened. Guys, I'm actually just kind of waiting to short some of these ones that are really moving here. Wow, look at Jan. Another look at this volume 1.4. The only problem with shorting some of these, well, first of all, I can't short it. No shorts available, but look at the volume that has come in. I don't understand the question, Muthu. I don't quite understand the question. How can he view the alerts triggered by that symbol for the whole day? I can't. Don't. I mean, you can do a historical, but I don't quite understand the question. All right, so the solars are definitely hot right now. Don't quite understand the question. This PWR guy is now starting to drop a bit. This PWR. Can't hear. No, mic is fine. That just you have to. Well, you can't hear me, but you just have to do a refresh. This is definitely the wild one of the day, Fluidyme. It is all over the place. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, even on the 15-minute chart. Well, Michael's just tore through that 10. MIK tore through 10. All right, guys, Nordstrom's, after a little flurry here, this is an earnings play, but it is starting to drop here. Nordstrom's starting to drop. JWN is an earnings play. It was weak, and it actually almost got up to being positive or neutral. I think it got up to yesterday's close. Starting to drop again, JWN. Well, you would think AMRN would stall around 738 anyway. Yeah, I'm with you, real. I mean, look at the resistance. Two daily tops right around the same price for AMRN, 737, 737, exactly the same. Let's see what it does around there. Okay, PSTG still is not giving it up. And now it's close to 16 though. Well, I'm in that one already, real. I decided to take it, the AMRN. You know, maybe a bit of a scalp short, but 731 though. If it gets back to 731, I'll cover it and maybe take a look at reshorting it. That's for the AMRN. I'm looking just more of a little bit of a scalp short. What symbols, what alerts triggered for the whole day for symbol MSF? Hmm. All right, guys, I've covered some at 7:20. This is the AMRN. So 7:31, 7:20, cover some. Goes back up to 7:30. I'll take it out again, and then I might reshort it. That's for the AMRN. I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, what alerts trigger for the whole day? It's not so much alerts. I mean, I'm not sure we can really do. I mean, you can see what the filters were that triggered all day for MSFT, but I mean, alerts. I mean, what sort of alerts are you looking at? New highs, new 5-minute highs, new pullback. I mean, there are so many alerts. I'm not sure that's going to be helpful to you, Muthu, to be honest. Maybe that's what he meant. Again, I'm just watching the AMRN. I want to see if it gets back up to 7:31. I will cover and then wait to see if it what it does around that 7:38 mark. I'm holding on to a piece of it just in case it does have a further collapse. That's just for me. Telling you what I'm doing. Boy, DPHC. What a run it's had. Free market. This is another one of the SPACs. Is this the one that somebody said Lord Auto? Or Lordtown Motors, okay? You guys were talking about Big C all day yesterday. Wow. Big, oh, that's right. This was the IPO that was too expensive. Unbelievable. What a market. What a market, guys. I mean, this is just insane. Getting closer, real, to that. And that's for the DPHC. I'm getting nothing in here. Well, okay, there was one ORTX, nothing on the way down, even though the market, the SPY's up a little, Dow's down a little, NAS is up a little. Market is just kind of flattened out. But as usual, doesn't really matter what the overall market's doing. We're always finding exciting stocks to trade all day long. Really doesn't matter what the market's doing. Yeah, I saw the Palantir. Okay, OCUL next on the potential short hit parade. Oh, we're getting close to it. So 949 is probably what fib value? 161. Okay. Well, it's above it now in a big way. So where's the what is it? The next one, two something? 'em. I may not get there. 966 looks like that is the high. So well, it is a high so far for OCUL. Oh man, that got hammered down. The DPHC. Okay, guys, I haven't paid attention to any of my alerts. 604. Let's see what's happening here. Signet. This was on because it's got a lot of room. There's the monthly chart. Let's see what's high there is 1767, so it's about $1 away. Yeah, this is, in my opinion, to try to trade it intraday today, the FLDM. I mean, I'm not saying you can't do it, but it is very, very whippy. Up and down, up and down. So all these have basically faded. I start looking at these as fades. Okay, OLN. Next on the potential. Look at this. I mean, look at look at the potential resistance for OLN right around 1171. You can see. I mean, there's a daily high right there, one right there, one a little under, one a little under for OLN. I mean, you would think that could be a big stalling area. BB? Yeah, it's the same. I mean, I'm saying the same thing. On these 15-minute charts, I'm seeing all these channel breaks. And OCUL, yes. Oh, man. Well, I'm trying to get the guys at Trade Ideas, one guy in particular whose name, you know who you are out there, to get these, to get that channel on our charts. Because this is completely and utterly changing the way I'm trading. SPWH next. Well, it's more of a plan, no Torps, you see. I mean, it's just more of a plan. Yes, I would say, well, I don't want to say it's easier. I don't want to, I never want to say trading is easy. But it's a little more rule-based, if you will. More confidence, yes, exactly. So, the more confidence I get, the bigger I can start going in. That's regression, exactly, Hill, yes. We don't have it. We don't have it on the chart, so nothing I can do about that. Oh, okay. I'm not talking. The scan is one thing. I'm talking about this is more visual, okay? That I've got on my using. Well, I'm using a couple of charting programs, okay? Well, not charting programs. One IB, but it's more the visual look. It's not the scan. I mean, the scan may give us something, but it's more the visual look on the chart to see the channels and see the breaks. So now on the flip side, NNBR maybe looking for a bounce here. NNBR. KJ, is it a top list and an alert window? Well, okay, top list. You can't put an alert sound on a top list. That's not the idea of a top list. You have to create an alert window to have sound. So it has to be an alert window. A top list window. Remember what the function of a top list window is, just to rank things. It's not necessary to see a stock making a new high for the day or a new low for the day or a new 5 minute high or low, things like that. Those are alerts. The top list, it ranks according to the columns that you sort on. So for instance, if you're looking for stocks that are, the stocks that are up the most today, you could see a stock that's right at the top of the list, but it could be dropping. But it could still be the stock that's up the most for the day. You're not going to get a trigger for a new high. So you have to have an alert. The only way you can do it is have an alert window to have sounds. Does that make sense? So you can attach your symbol list to an alert window. No, no, no. They must have misunderstood you then. There's no way they said you could make a top list window and have an alert sound on it. No way. I mean, unless they misunderstood you. You can attach your symbol list. Oh, okay. Well, then they're correct. I mean, yeah, there was no sound for a top list window. Here is my earnings plays as an example. Okay, here's my top list. I wouldn't do that. Well, it depends what you're looking for. Are you looking for stocks that are? I can give you this one. Are you looking for stocks that had earnings after hours yesterday and then this morning? Those are the ones that are in play. I would not create a symbol list. Okay, let me just give you this. You see what I'm using? You can change the filters if you want, but so here it is. Minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours yesterday, and 0.25 means they released this morning. Okay, I would not create a symbol list. And now here's my price range. I mean, you can change it, and here's my minimum volume. Okay, so I can give you this, and then you can do whatever you want with it in terms of the other filters. It's one of the scans that I am sharing, but I would not create a symbol list, no. Like where you're getting your symbols from. I mean, you can do it, but I think that's just unnecessary amount of work. Yeah, no, I just, I mean, listen, are there times in which our provider doesn't have the correct, sometimes these companies, they may change when they release earnings, and that's what we're trying to get a better handle on that so that we're adjusting our filter kind of on the go. But I would just do that. All right, this is not saying it's too easy, but I know nothing is too. I know. I shouldn't have said that. But what this is allowing me to do, though, looking at these channel breaks, is as it, you see these big topping tails, and then as it gets closer to where the top of the channel is, if I take the short there, I can easily just put my stop at the top of the tail, and usually it's not that far away. So I know Real would be looking at more at the fibs, which is obviously fantastic, but right now I'm just sort of muddling my way through with no fibs. You're right. The only thing I have to, the fib retracements, I will add that, but I'm going to need some help on that. BFRA was halted. Well, it was resumed, then it got halted, then it resumed. There's BFRA. Okay. Looking at that stock. Okay. Hopefully it gets a bigger move for you. So again, guys, on the flip side of going short all these channels, I mean, the NNBR may be setting up for a bit of a bounce. NNBR. It is more tactical. It takes motion out of it. You're absolutely right. Where did you send that, right? An email I found. Okay. I don't see it. If you send it to my, but if it's info at Trade Ideas, then I'll eventually see it. Well, I'm OLNing it. Boy, go on the Well, I mean, guys, listen, you don't have to be doing what I'm doing, of course. My watch list is for you guys too. Not just two, but there's GoGo. The alert was at 4:58. There was a red bar ignored, and boom, almost up to 5. What's the axis doing? 6:04. Nothing. I'm going to stick an alert back up over 6:04, 6:03, see if it comes back later on. Of course, the fluidime is all over the place. I added that this morning, kind of reluctantly because I know how it kind of trades. This one, okay, this one really didn't work. SPWR 1411, it did get up to 1444 before I kept talking about this one as a short. Looking at TradingView, Calvin. But they're very similar. Very, very similar. TRNE, guys, this is inching its way up. You know what? Sort of mid-channel, so what was the news on GoGo yesterday? Any earnings catalyst? August the 10th, so really not that I can see. I don't see any recent news for it other than earnings catalyst as it's saying, but that was August the 10th. With what? With IB 100 periods and two two deviations, two standard deviations. That's with IB. Just a moment, please. I just have to answer somebody here. Okay, sorry guys. I'm just, again, answering an email. You know, it's funny, real. I have to get rid of my phobia about, taking trades near the whole number. That's funny. All right, what's happening with the AI? Not too much, to be honest. There's one I'm interested in, the one that starts, well, the 1025 alert. I will be interested in that if it gets back up to the entry price. There's another one, maybe. BTG getting a little extended here. So the best I can say, guys, because we don't have, the channels for our charts, the best I can kind of say is things like this looks like it's extended. And, you have to make up your own mind. Yeah, the SPY, though, rocking again. 345. Now it's starting to look a little bit more like the Qs do. Let's take a look at the Qs. I mean, they've got some huge catching up to do. Yeah, I mean, what I'm talking about, again, this is where it all started, pandemic right here. the fall of virtually every index. But look at the Qs, the incredible recovery. Not just recovery, but in gain. The SPY was always lagging. Broader market, of course. SPY was always lagging, but now it is, it is above pandemic highs or pre-pandemic highs. If you're talking about all those filters that show up, unfortunately, you can't use most of them. I mean, it's just a complete list of filters. They're not appropriate for targets and stops. They're just not. Hopefully down the road we eliminate all those filters. The only ones. So it's really irrelevant, Chris. I know what you're talking about. Well, but how can you? This is just every single. It's just every single filter that we've got. Of course, they're not. A lot of them are just not relevant. Yeah, that would require a custom formula. The high of the day and the low of the day. Yeah, I mean, I just can't keep. I just there's too much happening for me. I mean, that was such an obvious short reel. I'm just looking at the 5 and the 15, just an obvious short. Yeah, I mean, I think it shows up in mine. I believe it does. It's a custom formula. I think, yeah, yes. Well, yes, yesterday's high and low, but so there is a custom formula for that I created. So yeah, today's high. There we. Today's open. Today's high compared to the open. So yeah, I guess you can use them. I don't. Okay, I don't use any of this, but so it will show up in the list. Man, it's 10:38 already. Wow. Okay, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And if you are a TradeIdeas subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans and you can access them in one of two ways. If you click on the scans tab, and those of you in YouTube, when you sign in, you'll see a whole list of links. Those are all the scans, okay? And here are the scans that I am sharing. Just click on the scans tab, but maybe the easier way is to click on the Room Drive icon. And scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document, then you can take a look at them all at your leisure. And in order to load one of them, all you have to do is copy the link within the Word document, copy the link, and then file load from cloud. And it'll show up here. If you copied it correctly, the link will show up here, and then you just load it. I'm going to talk about the links. I'm going to talk about a subscription to TradeIdeas. You want to join in all this fun, you can. I'll show you how you can do that. Tim, I'll answer your question right now. Can you hear me and see what I'm going to do in the YouTube feed? Just waiting to see if you... Okay, so go to the chart, left click on the chart, make it the active chart, okay? And then press down to the control key on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then on your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. As I say, okay, let me try another one. Here we go. Okay, so control key, press down on your keyboard, left click on the chart just so the trader just knows that's a chart you want to do this in, and then with the scroll wheel, scroll in and out. Okay? Give me a little price alert here for OLN. Still short this one. All right. Subscription to Trade Ideas. So what I would do is I would click on my home page. All right. A lot of links are there. There is the promo code, but you'll see it if you click on my home page, Barry's home page. You'll be taken to this page right here. And you can see there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha. 15% off either the first month only, you should say only, or a full year of Trade Ideas. If you click on the Get Trade Ideas, you'll see the plans that we do have. We have a premium and a standard plan. Then this is the annual, $22.68 a year minus 15%, or standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. If you're going to get premium, the main reason you're going to do it is because you want to have access to our AI. They're here. You can see the other differences are here, but that is the main reason why you would be wanting to take the premium service. You don't have to start off with an annual plan or even a premium plan. You just click on this and it'll take you to the monthly. And there it is. Whoops. So you can start off, try us out. Standard, 118, less the 15% for our standard. Or premium, 228, less the 15%. If you want to upgrade, you can always do so. We'll honor that 15% promo code, okay? Now, other links on my page. Get the trade of the week delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video between about 105 and 120 every day, kind of a recap what's happened in the room up to that point. You can sign up for all of our daily webinars. Today is Wednesday, so this is the one that I do attend. It's put on by Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help out. I'm not on the mic, I'm just helping out text-wise. But if you click here, you can see we have other support, in which I want to put this link in here. If you are a new subscriber to Trade Ideas, or even if you're not a subscriber, you can see how you can. These go over some of the basic features of Trade Ideas. You know, how to create a track your favorite stocks, top lists, what is an alert window, single stock window, custom layouts, all this. These are basic features of Trade Ideas. Heartily recommend that you take a look at that link right there, the 20 short lessons. Yeah, I'm going to get into that chat. You can trade off the platform only if you have an Interactive Brokers account, though, okay? But I'm going to go into that. Boy, opportunities. What's Axie doing? Yeah, this has been the Fluidigm has been, to me, it's just been too, I just could not get into this one at all. Too many topping tails, bottoming tails. Okay, I'm not familiar with, I am familiar with multi-charts. I mean, I've never had the program. I don't know if I can help you there. I mean, linking is a art more than a science. A lot of times it's just a matter of, okay, well, then what I would do, okay, I'm going to have to send you to our homepage, and maybe Bill has an answer for you as our linking expert. Okay, I can't help you. I don't have multi-charts, so I can't even try it. I'm surprised though. I mean, it's usually very simple. Just go to the chart, establish the link, or to the order entry, establish the link. But I will. And now, if we're using the drop down, this might be so old. I didn't even know. I didn't even know that we had. I didn't even know we had multi-charts anymore here. There it is. Yeah, that might be such an old link. If you're using that, then maybe just forget that. Try it again. Okay. Well, I can't help you. So I'm going to have to send you to the our homepage. And it may be that we can't link to it anymore. I don't know. It's they don't care whether we can link to it or not. And sometimes there's something going on. I know that's a web-based program, isn't it? Sometimes our web trying to link things to a web-based program can be a little bit tricky. The heck is our homepage? Sorry. Or run as administrator. That seems to be the catch-all. Run both TI and that program in it. Run as administrator. But I'm just sorry. I can't really help you. We were never cyber trader. No, chat. Good morning, Serge. Okay, I'm going to go over the AI, and then I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus. All right, so I'm going to go over the AI and what it's all about. That's part of our premium service. Nothing really shaking today from it, but let me just show you what it is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They get optimized every day once the market closes. The AI gets to work on optimization these strategies. The optimization procedure basically takes a look at the filters that are in place with the strategies, maybe adjusting filter values, maybe adding a filter, taking one out, running through this whole optimization procedure. That's what happened last night. These are the strategies that made the cut. Out of the 50, making the cut, meaning they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. If you have the AI, this is how I recommend you load it from the toolbar, click on New, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. I know I'm shouting, but I think I have to because a lot of people, they look at this, the strategy window. Strategy Trades Window. When you do that, this is the window that will pop up. When you start in the morning, of course, before the market opens, it will be blank. But the good thing is that you can incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. All you do then is just wait for the alerts to happen. You get a real-time alert, you have a stop price, and then manage the trades as you see fit. Now, Brokerage Plus. Now, Brokerage Plus is only available if you have the app. It's not available in our web-based version. So if you click on New, and then Brokerage Plus, where are you? Brokerage Plus, here's your window. So to answer your question, chat, yes, you can trade off the platform if you have an interactive broker's account. Okay, that's the only account you connect to your IB account. I'm going to give you a video that you can watch which goes over virtually every aspect of trading using Brokerage Plus and an interactive broker's account. Okay, so if you watch that video, that'll tell you exactly how you can do it. Now, I think the main way a lot of you are going to be using this though is in the simulator, especially if you're new to trading. I say it every day. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. This is our paper trader simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it's all real-time. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. You don't even need a broker to use our simulator. And you just connect to it right here. Simulated trading, you just connect to it. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to take trades. Perfect. Glad. Thank you for, Dan, and thank you for reminding me of that. All right, so in order to take a trade in the simulator, well, we don't scan for options, chat. I mean, we do have option filters that can zero in. We have one that's one of the option filters looks for abnormal option activity. You want to see them? But we can't trade. You can't trade options. I mean, we can help you find stocks that are have abnormal option activity, but we don't trade options within here, if that's what you mean. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Oops. So if you can see my screen, you know, we've got the put call ratio, and this is for anybody who is looking to trade options. Of course, we don't trade options per se, but with these filters, maybe we can help you zero in on stocks that you might want to trade the options in. Okay, so we have some obvious filters. Put call ratio, the options volume. This one is the average over the last 10-day total contracts. This is, of course, the option volume today. Put volume and call volume. This is the key filter though, the option volume today %. So for instance, if you add that filter and say put 200%, what that means is, let's just say a stock has normally over the last 10 days been trading say 2,000 contracts a day. For you to see that stock today, we'll have to trade 4,000. In other words, double, 200%. So it can help you zero in on something that might be interesting for you to trade the options in. Okay? So abnormal option activity, the option volume today % filter. So let's take a trade. Let's just show you how you can easily take a trade with our simulator. Okay, Zuo is on the move here. Let's take it. Let's just take the trade. It's over the 200-day. I mean, this is just practicing. Okay, I'm just going to show you how you can do it. Notice when I click on the symbol, the alert appears. I can pick how many shares I want. Let's go to a couple of hundred. I can go in at the market because it's a 1 cent spread. So it just filled me at $12.99. Okay, real time. I'm using 5 and 15. Real may have a couple others, but I'm using 5 and 15. But I think it's, you know, I mean, I don't know if there's a hard and fast rule. I'm personally using a 5 and 15 Kelvin. So now that you're in the trade, of course, we always talk about, you know, you have to have a stop. Let's just put the stop down here, okay? You have to have a stop ahead of time, of course, but just going to show you how you can add your stop. Let's put a stop down here at 1268. Looks like there's good support in that area. So I can right click, add the stop order, 12.68, add it. It's going to show up on the chart. Okay, there it shows up right on the chart. So if I allow this trade to come down to 1268, then it'll get stopped out for a $63 loss based on the 200 shares. I can put in a target if I want. Just right click again and add target order. Let's just put 1350. And that'll show up on the chart. You're going to see it showing up in the chart. You can see it sort of at the top here, but there it is. You can see it on the weekly chart right there. Okay, and so if I allow this trade to get up to 1350, it would take me out for a $100 gain. These lines can be moved. So let's say right now, they say the trade is starting to work. So I can use this right on the chart like a trailing stop. I can start moving it up, okay, as the trade starts working. Maybe I move it up to that level. Now, what you would love to see is really start working and just, getting into a positive situation and putting it on the chart, that line on the chart where it makes sense. In other words, where there is support, where there might be a support level. So if it broke down through that support level, you'd want to be out of the trade. Okay? Now, you don't have to use the chart, of course, to get in and out of the trades. Right now, if you wanted to get out of 50 shares, you would just literally type 50 shares in. You could pick the price you want to get in out, and you could sell it. This flatten. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Did I flatten? No. So this gets you out of a position. This gets you out of half your position. These are hotkeys. You can double your position. Okay, so these are just hotkeys. So all this is a great way to practice trading. You can also use it for swing trading. If I didn't clear this position out at the end of the day, it would carry forward tomorrow, and it's for as many days as I want as a swing trade. You start off with $100,000 in the trading account, in the simulated trading account. Okay, so I would encourage you to practice trading. Yeah, we have a relative volume filter chat. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the filters right there. That is the relative volume right now, say for ZUO, 4.93. We have a relative volume filter, absolutely. All right, now let me try to join back in some trading. All right, so this is one of the SPACs that I've always been kind of interested in, this FMCI. My memory's shot. I still can't remember who they're going after. Is this the restaurant restaurant chain in Texas, or is that Graph? I just. And I think the Graph, whatever they are doing supposedly will happen in September if it's going to go through. I think that's the one that I think these are the guys who are looking at that restaurant chain or food chain, something to do with food. I think. If GKK were here, he'd know. All right, guys, so let me Take a look at some of the things. So there's, Real mentioned BB before, Blackberry. All right, we seem to have a bit of a hiccup on our charts. Let me hopefully. Did I say it again? Did I say it again, Real? Tattooed Chef. Thank you very much, right. How about in all honesty, all right, this could be the next one to start to. It's challenging the channel. VNet. I don't know if William, if you're listening, but VNet is it's challenging it. VNet, guys. I mean, I don't know what to say. Yeah. So for what I'm seeing, it was kissing it on the 5 minute, and it was over it 2 times on the 15, and that's for VNet JSB. Are you JB or are you JB or the new JSB? I, I'm confused. You're JB. Okay. Okay. That's funny. Well, there's not a predetermined. I mean, you can use. I mean, that's not what I'm using, DK, and I do apologize, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm hoping that eventually we'll have those channels on our charts. Okay, big push for it because I really think it can help. It's so rule based that it's crazy. But anyway, We do have, if you click on standard deviation, I know one was create standard deviation, breakout. So we do have some filters here and some, a couple of alerts. Now I'm not using them to find these. Okay, and I do apologize. Nothing I can do about it. Well, SWBI is really still, I mean, now it's over yesterday's high, guys. 1940. Well, it's right at yesterday's high. But it's within the channel, as I see it anyway. It's within the channel, so don't talk to me about DPHC. Do not, or I will, in all honesty, you to death. I mean, I should be in this one. I mean, there's no. That's the one I really wanted. That was for your benefit. That was only for your benefit. All right. So let me. Real was talking about BlackBerry earlier, and this is now. This is challenging those. This is definitely challenging the highs on the channel, both on the 5 and the 15. Okay, so VNet is still now on the 5s. It's dropped down below. So I think I need both time frames. I'm using the one by Midtown. Okay, and that can be a problem. I mean, it should be pretty standard. I mean, it's just two standard deviations and it's linear regression. Two standard deviations. It should be pretty standard. Yeah, Midtown. It's called, linear regression, and the guy's name is Midtown. Now, I mean, it'd be interesting to see what one you're using and why there'd be a difference. I keep waiting for this SWBI, but I mean, it's still in the channel. SWBI, what a move though. It's still in. It has not broken out. Well, we could compare notes maybe later on and just see how different they are. They shouldn't be that different though. Keep an eye on IMBY, guys. Maybe it's due for a bounce now. Again, at the bottom of the channel, maybe do. Look at the SPY. Wow, just so great alert here. 458 gets all the way up to 535 for GoGo. I don't think the other ones, even though the market is strong, actually did not. It broke down below now the 200-day moving average. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the week. Sorry, forget it. Signet is still kind of hanging in here. I mean, it's there's the alert at 1673. It's at 1680. It's still hanging in there. Fluidime again, all over the place. I should not have put this in the watch list. It's just too whippy. And this one definitely did not. Well, what did it do? Yeah, it did not really work. The SPWR worked for a bit. Now it's coming back, guys. I mean, this could easily come back. I mean, there was the alert at 1411. It is over the alert. It did spike after the alert all the way up to 1446. FMCI, is it on the move? Yeah, it's still, boy, I do. It's got up to almost 20. Yeah, it just hit 20. Didn't really see this one before, you know, as part of the SPACs, the TRNE. Ah, look at box. Wow, that broke way above it. I didn't see that one. You can always tell when something has probably broken the channel when you see a huge topping tail like that. So nothing is really shaking from the AI today, guys. Not yet, anyway. There are no cheap ones even that I kind of like to focus on. So are you going to put them side by side to see what the differences are? I did see the one with entries and exits. I kind of thought though that, you know, I can tell right on the chart, unless it's going to give me a real-time alert. Look at, well, Nile just made another new high, guys. It's been a little bit choppy though. I mean, it got all the way down to 1850. This is, you know, this is a classic swinger. You know, tough to intraday trade. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails on both the 15 and the 5s. You'd be stopped out, you know, if you were trying to intraday trade this. But this, you know, again, this is something that, boy, if it's right, if this really turns into what a lot of people think it might turn into. All right, finally, we have a red candle in the SPY. After a solid hour up, there's now there is a red candle on the 15-minute chart anyway. Now, my feeling about playing these bouncers off the channel is that, you know, and this is highly untested. Yesterday, Nile worked extremely well, but that was a stock that was in play and was up also. So I'm wondering, you know, bounces on stocks that are up that were really strong might be better than stocks that are really being hit hard and trying to bounce, especially in this market. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, the market is definitely bounce conducive right now. I haven't looked at Netflix in a long time. That is a wow. That is a wow. Not an all-time high though. Wow. That's a wow. Yeah, I don't see any news. Yeah, I don't see any news. All right, guys, OCUL is getting close to the top of that channel again. Yeah, I'm a big picture guy, chat. I mean, seriously, yeah. Always looking, okay, great. Stocks are making new highs or new lows. Great. Where could they go based on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart? That's why I do this, set it up like that. Guys, OCUL, I mean, look, I am just with these because, it's for me, it's still kind of untested, but I am in just scalp mode. Michael, have you heard me? The OCUL did exactly the same thing. Till I get a better handle on it, then I might start increasing my size and all, but I still have a bit. I have a piece left of it, but not much, but a piece left of it in case it really. I'm looking maybe down at this level here, in the low 70s, high 60s. I mean, again, these are not tremendous moves, but I'm just testing all this. '87, '87. That's where I got in. 987. But I'm talking about these guys, okay? So even though you don't have the actual charts, I am talking about them. You can, I mean, you can do what you want to do, but I'm just trying to alert you to a lot of these are extended based on channel breaks. And that one went right back to the mean. It's fascinating. On the 5 minute chart, it went back to the mean. All right, guys, 11:30 already. Just a moment, please. I keep waiting for this SWBI to hit, but it's still below that I see anyway. Um, just let me answer your question. Let me just put my price alert here. Well, yeah, I mean, certainly, the first candle or the second candle, the red candle, if you're talking about an RBI, has to be totally engulfed by the green candle, the previous green candle. And then the next candle would, I guess, not 100%. No, it doesn't have to engulf it. It just has to be above it, above the high. So, yeah, no, so it doesn't have to engulf it because it doesn't have to be below at any point that red candle. It's just this. The second candle has to be totally engulfed by the first candle, by the first green candle, and then let me see if I can find one. I'm going to have to repeat this mantra. This can't be this easy. Okay, Cam, does that make sense? Because that third green candle doesn't never has to be below at one point that red candle. It's just that's I keep waiting on the SWBI, but you know what? I mean, it's starting to get close to the upper limit, but not quite, not there yet. Well, guys, I don't know what to say, but there's the OCUL. I don't know if you took it, if it met your. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, Michael, if you're still listening to me, I mean, what I love about it though too is that it's very easy to put stops in place. You know, I mean, at the break of the, it's so obvious. Well, not necessarily obvious, but it's fairly easy to put a stop in place that is fairly tight. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then, if it keeps moving above the channel, you keep watching until, another turn on it. Ah, there you are. Okay. Michael, are you in on, are you doing the YouTube today? I know it's Wednesday. Typically, that's when you do it. Are you the guy in YouTube today? Okay, so listen up, everybody. Those of you who are interested in trading using Brokers Plus and Interactive Brokers, all right, you're using your live account, your IB account connected to Brokers Plus. Today in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1 will be Michael Noss, and he is the absolute expert on all this. Okay, so I'm going to give you the link to get into the YouTube feed, and that'll be from 12 to 1. If you're interested in asking him questions about Brokers Plus and Interactive Brokers and trading your account, all right? That'll be at 12 to 1. I saw you say that, yeah, Ozzy. I mean, it's only about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes that it's, no, it's not fair. I mean, they've got a lot to do. Even the 1 hour that they all spend in there, they've got a lot to do. So it's much appreciated that they take over for an hour. I mean, wow. And I take a half-hour break, between 12 and 12:30. So I mean, so you'll have dead time and dead air time for about, no, max 15 minutes. I don't think it's that bad. Guys, JSB, what is yours say? Holy smokes. As Real would say, lovely for the OCUL. No, I didn't even bother. Yeah, you're in the wrong room, Johnny Trades. Okay, just so you know, we don't ever talk about anything that's under a penny. Just so you know. Oh, I'm always watching. I'm always watching, real, but thank you. Yes. I mean, there was my fantasy area down to 935. You know, that's a really good support down there, it looks like, anyway. Next resistance level for SWBI. Let's take a look. Well, I mean, if you look at the daily chart, I mean, the next high looking left is 22, whatever, 2265. I'm not saying it's going to get there. 20 will probably be a tough one to get through. I mean, it's just psychological. There's a tremendous, I mean, I don't even know, real, if you're even watching these things anymore, but there's a tremendous red bar ignored. You know, there's tremendous red bar ignored for SWBI. So there you go, Cam. You can see right there. I'm going to expand that 15-minute chart for you. This is you want to print this one out. There's a classic red bar ignored. So there's the red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. But you notice that there's the green candle. It did not go down below, so it doesn't. No. So the answer there's a absolutely clear cut. Obviously, it does not have to engulf. Just has to at one point be above the high of the red candle. So again, 20, you know, it's a psychological number for it to get through. I'm not saying it's not going to get through it, but definitely a psychological number to get through. Ah, okay. That probably wasn't clear, you know, when I was explaining what RBIs and GBIs were earlier, because I was just concentrated on the red bar. Didn't really talk too much about about the third, other than having to be higher. Well, okay, where I see it, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I mean, if you look at the 5-minute chart, there's definitely good. It looks like to me anyway, pretty decent support right around 935. So I'm not saying it's going to get there. Just look at the 5-minute chart. And as Real said, we're at a 50% retracement already. So, but if you just look at the chart, it looks like there's some support at 936. What a move on the SPY. I mean, remember I was saying there was a red bar? Nope. It's just a bottoming tail now. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half. Time is it? 11:42. So yeah, an hour and a half straight up. Look at that. Look at the text. So I mean, trade ideas is identifying definitely the ones that I want to see. It's just that the charting program right now, and Michael is listening. He's going to be working hard to try to get the charting so that we can have those channels right on our program, on our charts also. But I'll just show you what I'm looking at here. You see these channels. There's a 5-minute and a 15. You see how there's a topping tail there, and the 15. It basically just waited for the breaks. And now You know, I mean, it's that, but it's interesting because there's the mean and the, you know, it reverted to the mean and more. Now it looks like we're in bounce mode, you know, on the 5. I'd like to see a confirmation on the 15s. Funny man, Michael. Factory settings. Well, I'm watching. I have IB up, but IB doesn't seem to give me the same results as TradingView. So I'm watching. I do have TradingView. Getting back to defaults, I'm not sure. File, load layout. Isn't there a default somewhere? Default layout, open. Never thought about that. If you click on file, load layout, doesn't it default to default layout? So again, you know, with those, all I do is I just put a high at the top, you know, basically at the top right there, or a high, a stop right at the top there. And so in this particular case, I've got about a 6 cent stop, 7 cent stop, and that's it. If it doesn't work, I'm going to know pretty quickly. You know, I used to always talk about I don't teach trading and all that, but I mean, we get this running. I mean, this is going to be something that, you know, I always said because I can't teach trading because I don't, uh, you know, I sort of, I have a gut feel about what I'm doing, but this is now way more rules based. That is done for today. Okay, real. I'm just going to have to pick your brain a little bit on the fibs at some point, okay? I know how to draw them and all, but I'm not sure where to draw them from and what you're doing. Other than that, I mean, even if I didn't have the fibs, I mean, to me, just keeping it so simple. Okay, do you have TradeView, Dreamer? Well, when you get it all well, okay, when you get it, then you just basically do a search for linear regression. And then the interesting thing about TradingView, of course, is that this is all, most of everything is just done by customers. You know, they have this program called Pine, I guess, and they write programs, and you know, there's a ton of them. Anyway, what I'm using is a guy named Midtown for linear regression. So when you get it, I'll remind you. Midtown, like Midtown. I'm a Midtown guy? Just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. It says 20 and 2. This is what I'm seeing. So it's not 21, it says 20 and 2. Well, homebrew, relax a little bit. I'm contact TI then, okay? I mean, I was trying to help you. It's a question I haven't been asked for a long time. I thought that it was just a matter of loading layout and default layout. There must be something default layout. Are you sure not default layout dot LTI? Default layout dot LTI? Or did you overwrite it? Oh, I see. Well, I'm not sure then. You can contact them then. Go ahead. Wow, what I'm moving the spy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 now. And I'll be taking my break. And Michael, are you going to start at 5 2? Do you have Canadians using your trading platform? Well, John C. Canada, I happen to be a Canadian, so yes. Okay, Michael is gearing up. I think he's going to enter the room at 5-2. It might have some music and all. So I'm going to be taking my break. It just is second Michael says that he's going to be in the YouTube feed. I'm going to put the YouTube link in again for you who are in the trading room, in case anybody who really wants to dive into using Brokers Plus and Interactive Brokers, trading your account, strategies and all that. He is our expert. So there's nobody at Trade Ideas who's going to help you there. Okay. I mean, that's, I'm sorry. I mean, we can't help you there. I mean, that is something that you have to, do. When you say how it works with, I mean, we link with, who's your broker in Canada? I mean, all we do is link with platforms. How you do your self-directed art. We're not a financial advisor. Yeah, so we're not financial advisors. How to trade your TFSA and RSPs. I mean, that's like, nobody in the U.S. asks us how to trade what are their 401ks, I mean, that's just, we link with brokers and that's it. With Scotia Trade, I don't know, we might link with, when I say linking only is this. It's a time saver. So when you click on an alert, it loads into your platform. Okay, so you don't have to constantly type the symbol into your platform. But as far as trading RSPs and TFA, I mean that's really up to you. That's got nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Well, a target, I don't know about a target, Iris. I mean, it's just, all I'm saying is, to me, there is resistance. I'm not saying 937. That's where I thought it could stall. So the closer it gets there, the more antsy I'm going to get. I'm not in very much more because it looks like it is starting to curl now. Yeah, there is not a list. I know we list, we definitely with Interactive Brokers and Disnet and Questrade, but we don't have a list. Linking is, we link with most. It's not that we have anything formal with anybody. Most of the linking is just sort of trial and error. You have to understand that they don't care whether we link with them or not. But most of the time, to establish the link, you just go into your order entry, establish the link there, and most of the time that is what works. So it's not. Yeah, we do. Yes, it does link very well with TradeView. I'm talking to the Dreamer. Okay, guys, I think Michael is streaming. Okay, I'm going to stop my streaming in YouTube.
Look back to when midnights broke their sleep. Awaken our memories of when we would make believe. Collide, colors of the masquerade. Watch as they fall away, faceless under faces made. And weeks went by but felt like hours. Spring would lie in summer showers. In my hair were winter flowers. favors the young. And we said, this has only just begun. In the end.
Hello everyone. Sorry for a little delay getting started there. I just have to hide all the super secret cool stuff we're doing at Trade Ideas. Just checking there on my iPad, and it looks like everything is working for audio. This one, there we go. And there is my desktop. So if that worked well, if someone could just give me a thumbs up in the chat, that'd be great. I think I got everything working there. I'm in this OCUL and this paper trading account testing Barry's theory here on his new trading style, and it seems to be doing okay. Also on VNet, but not working so well there yet, but this is why we test things. Let me just unmute so I don't hear anything in the chat there. Okay, I've just checked. So everything's working fine. So, okay guys, thanks for coming out. If you are new here, essentially what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off, and we take an entire hour and we open up to Q&A for our members. So if you've got any questions about anything trading or trade ideas related, let me know. My kind of, I guess, specialty here is a lot of the math and kind of the quantitative side. I'm not one of our developers, not big into programming, but when it comes to kind of the math side of trading, that's what I do for my own trading. So it's kind of what I focus on here as well. So I've built a lot of the algorithms for the AI. I'm working on making the AI better, different things like that. So Brokerage Plus, automated trading, AI, system building, that type of thing. That's where you'll find me. So basically, I'm just going to talk about the market until someone asks a question, because I've mentioned this here before, and I'm sure it's getting tired for most people. But we don't have anything really prepared for these Q&As. Hey, Mike C. We just want to give the time off, right? And plus we like to have just this open forum that I think is rare for a lot of companies, where anyone can come in, prospective clients, current clients, new clients, old clients can come in, say what's going on. But in the meantime, I like to talk about what I'm looking at kind of in the trading world while we wait. So I am more of a swing trader than a day. I have a couple day trading algorithms which I continue to use that kind of scalp the market. But my primary focus for a long time has been the swing trading type of world. So I think I talked to you guys last time I was here about API, which I was in and still am. I sold some of the position here as well. Another one I was looking at, and I'm kind of flat on right now, and trying to figure out what to do, is these PEB. I took on this candle as we broke out through here, and then we've had this little doji day, and now it looks like we're starting to head down. So I may exit this actually on stream. I'm a very big, I like the concept between candlestick analysis. So I'm a big candlestick guy, and right, this may be a evening star setup right at resistance. So I may exit that and look for another position to take on that with that buying power that I kind of freed up. First question is, how many strategies does the AI have? I think it's knocking at about 80 right now, and not anywhere near done. You know, we're going to continue to build it out. We've got some cool stuff coming when it comes to risk management tools and things like that. As soon as I get those, I'll be rewriting a lot of the old things as well. So yeah, so about 80. Again, we're going to continue to build out as time goes, until the computers start to literally melt. Looks like VNet's going to get stopped out here, and I'll take another shot on this again. Again, just this is what, if you want to see kind of the anatomy of someone who's been trading for many, many years, testing a new strategy, this is kind of how it goes, where Barry's, me and Barry chat, he was talking about the strategy and how much he likes it. So I started to keep an eye on it with him and do see some validity there. So instead of just then going and trying to apply the math to it right away, I always think it's prudent to paper trade any new idea and see how that works. And if that kind of holds true in paper trading, that's when you move something into live. So, back testing has its place and it's very important, and I do a lot of it, but you don't just go immediately from back testing to live, right? You go through and say, okay, let me back test, and now let me paper trade, and then let me go live, kind of thing. So, all right, Michael, I wanted to scan a top list during the weekend, but all the windows were blank. So probably what's occurring there, let's take a look at, this PEB. I don't think I'm going to be in much longer. Let's grab a top list for you. Any top list will do. Do I have anyone open? Yeah, here we go. So top lists are kind of funny because some scans will work in post market and some won't. So the easiest way is, if you're loading this up and it's blank, just right click on it here and then go time frame. And if live as always is checked, click live during market hours. And if that's ticked, click the other one. It's basically whether or not your scan has filters that work outside of regular market hours. So the easiest culprit, for example, is relative volume, right? Relative volume uses market trading data only. It doesn't use pre and post market. So anything with relative volume in won't work in the pre-market or after hours very well. So, if you're there at night and it's not coming through, just change one of these settings right here and it should populate. Live during market hours basically means that it will take, at the end of that day, it will take whatever the snapshot is and it will apply that. So it will basically take whatever the 4 o'clock closing price is for that stock and use those data values. So that's usually kind of be the easiest way around that. Yeah, PEB. What else did I do? CLDX, I think I took, and that's not working great right now either, but I took a bit of that over yesterday's high in this area here as it kind of went up through. Okay, so I think that worked for you. Again, it should. I'm fairly confident that'll work for you tonight. Another question, I had a window pinned and save the layout, then load the layout and unpin the window and save it. Save the layout again, but if I load the window layout, it's still there. I'm not too sure what you need. You might need to specify that a little better, but the moral of the story is that if a window is pinned, so let's pin this window, and then you'll notice Brokerage Plus is pinned here as well. If I go click on any other layout, you see that the two, I gotta shrink this, but you see that the two that I pinned will stay, and then the rest of them are gone, right? And then if I go back to this one, then this one pins as well. All right, so these are pinned, so they'll stay, but you can see everything else is changing. So that's basically just what pinned means. It's, do you want, for example, this window to remain as you switch layouts or not? So it's a bit of a weird one, but that's just the way that works. Do many charts. I think that's what I was on. There we go. Ooh. And where's Brokerage Plus? This market, this SPY is just insane. There has to be a short somewhere on this friggin' thing. On the scans, can you pull reversals only and bouncing off the middle of the Bollinger Bands? I'm guessing you have. Yeah, so we do, we've got what we call position in Bollinger Bands. So let's just take a strategy and let's configure this. And let's search for, there's the Bollinger Band. So what we mean, just to specify it, when we say position in, let's take your Bollinger Band, which, you know, the math behind that, for the people who don't know, a Bollinger Band is just a 21 or a 20-day moving average with 2 standard deviations applied to it above and below, right? There's nothing, you know, crazy or magic about it. It's just, here's your 21 or your 20-day moving average. That's, you know, very typical. And then here's 2 standard deviations of that moving average. So when we say position and range, we will mark the high of that Bollinger Band and we'll call that 100, right? And then we'll mark the low of that Bollinger Band, we'll call that 0. So if you wanted things near the high of the Bollinger Band, you could say, you know, you want a minimum of 90 and maybe a maximum of 110 or 120, and that would find you stocks kind of in this area of the Bollinger Band. Same, you could go from like -5 to 5, and that would be kind of in this area. So if you want it in the middle of the Bollinger Band, that'd be sitting around your 50% mark. But another way to do that, because we know the middle of a Bollinger Band is just a 20-period moving average and nothing else, you can use these 20-period moving average filters here. So you could say change from the 20-period moving average is very, very small, and then you're going to find the middle of the Bollinger Band, right? So that's, Bollinger Bands are simple ones, right? That's very, very, you know, simple math that kind of exists everywhere. So yeah, so just know what it is, and all it is a 20-period moving average to the middle. So you'll be able to get that pretty easy just by using the 20-period moving average. I'm going to take some more on this OCUL, on this paper trade. If this keeps going like this for any length of time, I'm going to try to work taking next week off. And then after that, when I come back, that will probably be my first project, is try to build you guys some sort of a scan for this linear regression type of thing. I got it. Yep. So that's Bollinger Band. And just to note the time frames we have for Bollinger Bands, like 5, 15 minute, 60 minute, and daily. So as long as you're dealing with those time frames, you'll be perfectly fine. You'll be perfectly fine there. I gotta say, I don't think Real is in this room, but I think he's the mastermind behind this, and I think he might be onto something. Okay, questions. Thank you, first of all, for questions. They help out a bunch. Next one, I want to upgrade, but I'm not sure if I should wait until my current subscription ends. Is the upgrade prorated? It will be, and I would email info@trade-ideas.com and just put, like, you know, attention accounts, and give them, or, you know, make sure when you're emailing, again, I'll just put this in here, info@trade. Make sure wherever you're emailing from is your account email, and they'll be able to go and look into your account, and they'll be able to give you all the details. The people we got working on our accounts department are really, really quick and really smart people, so I'm sure they'll get you figured out, no problem. Is the AI swing available to download? There is no AI swing right now. That's working on, but I'm not going to give an ETA or anything as of yet, just because we don't know how long it's going to take. So one cool thing, if you guys are interested in Brokerage Plus at all, so I've been kind of chatting with Barry, and again working on this strategy that he's on. I've set up a little simple way to get into these quickly, just by clicking on our buy and sell buttons, and then I'll put in that order there, and then it will get me into that stock if it breaks the low here. and it will stop me out here at the high of the day if it gets to it, and it will find enough shares that my risk is kind of predefined. So that's how I've been entering these things without really paying too close of attention to them. Just because, again, I'm going to build this out for you guys, but it's going to take a little bit of time because I got to go back to grade 10 math. PEB is being no fun. How about a sector scan or a sector heat map is the question. We actually have, when we get to, in our channel bar here, somewhere we have, probably going right by it, sector status. So we have this channel. This is just pre-built. You don't have to do anything to get this. And what it does is it highlights, so this is our version of a sector heat map, the way you can go about it. So what you're seeing here is basically each of these are your major sectors, and then below them you can see these. My monitor's a little bit shorter than they built the channel for. I've just got one of those ultra wide things, and then this is a Windows VM running on a Mac, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, when you load it up, you'll get this. What you'll be able to do is, see how much. So this is how many are down on the day, and this is how many are up on the day on each individual sector. You can click on any of them, and you can get kind of an outlay like that. All right, so you can see all of this kind of in-depth thing. We don't have the tick and the breath indicators as you're talking about because we only have futures or stock data, not futures. But this is a great way. I do this each night where I go through and I want to see which of these sectors are strong, and you can just tell by how red or green they are. You can see today that communications are doing well, and that consumer discretionary is doing well, and technology is doing well, and that doing bad is utilities and energy. Is there a way to pull all NASDAQ or NYC top gainers? Yeah. So you would just build and if you guys haven't taken our intro training, I'm going to link that here because that's a really great way to kind of get started with all of this. Let me bring that in. Where are we here? Here we go. So this is our intro training that will teach you guys all this at your own pace, just in case you got something to do or you don't want to listen to my voice. There's other people doing that. But to find top gainers, you can just go in. Again, we got another channel for account builder. No, where is it? Explosive winners. And then we have taking on water for the losers. But so these are the biggest gainers today, right? Here's the that's a good song. Sorry. Got a song in my ear. I had to like something. It's a cover of the Shins. It's really good. But yeah, so for example, if you wanted to take this and you only wanted the NASDAQ for some reason, I don't know why, but right, that's up to you guys. You can go into exchanges and you can just say, well, I just want to see the NASDAQ. So let me unclick all this and then click OK. And now I've got the biggest gainers on the NASDAQ with the requirements that are in this scan, which, I think there's just a minimum volume. Yeah, it's got to have a little bit of volume. It's got to be up 2% from the close, and its stock's $1. So you could get rid of these or customize them however you want. But this is going to give you the things that are kind of really cranking up here. ARTI, what's that? ARTL. So that's another interesting one too, where that is at the upper end of that band they're kind of talking about. So within the sectors, can you set scans to look red to green? Yeah, so if you wanted to, so I have, let me bring up my night scan. Oh no, I've got, so you can do, index sectors. No, okay, I don't know where that scan is, but I do have a sector analysis. But again, you can customize these yourself. What this one does is it actually just pulls a symbol list, which is kind of what I wanted to chat with you about. So you can, for example, set up a red to green scan, and you can populate that with any symbols that you want. So for what you're looking for, if you're looking for sectors that are moving and sectors that are going red to green or maybe making new highs or new lows, you can build that scan and then just build a list of the sectors that interest you and put it into that scan. I know I have this here somewhere. It's going to look a little weird because this is what it looks like when I use the web version to scan on my iPad at night, which is something that I do. Don't want this or that. Or maybe I don't. Maybe it's another account that I have that on. But yeah, so I've got a scan that has all of my all of the sectors that I look at, which, you know, may be the different from the sectors that you look at. So you can apply those. You can go anywhere. You have these ETFs here. So let's just start this from scratch, right? And then if I just want to say, I only want you to scan what's on this particular symbol list, right? You can see there's only a few ETFs on here. But if I wanted to feed these into a new high-low ticker, if I wanted to feed them into a red to green ticker, I want to do whatever I want with them, I could do that. I could do volume percentages. I could do whatever. Yeah, I see what you're going at after there with the sectors, right? A lot of people, like, I know a handful of traders that open up that sectors channel every day and just say, okay, what sector looks the best? I do myself. I don't know why it's here, but I basically, the first thing I do every night when it's time to scan, let's see if I can actually find that. The first thing I do every night when it's time to scan is I have a list of sectors that I go through, in which I just want to see, what sector's doing the best, what sector's doing the worst, where's money flowing into, where's money flowing out of, all of that kind of stuff. And then from there, I'll narrow into the stocks from there. So no, I get what you're after there, and we can definitely do that. You'll just have to I would just set up a symbol list with the sectors that are interesting to you. You can, if you go to the Spyder's site or Dextron or any of these things, they'll just give you a list of actively traded sectors. Again, we have them built in here as well. How do I get the web version? Let me show you guys. I use the web version all of the time. The web version is missing essentially just Brokerage Plus at this point. It's got everything else. It's got the scanners, it's got the indicators, it's got kind of the whole 9 yards there. Just so here is our web version. So it's right on. If you go to tradeideas.com, it's right there for you. I don't even know what my passwords are anymore. I just got a keychain manager. Trade ideas, this one, copy password. Yeah, so I use this web version on a nightly basis, because basically my thing is I like to be not nailed down to the screens all day, right? So I've got a MacBook and I've got that plugged into like 2 or 3 monitors, 2 right now. And I work here during the morning part of the day, and then the afternoon I want to take off and I want to go do other things. But yeah, so I use the web version on my MacBook or my iPad or whatever in order to figure out both at night and in the morning what is interesting to me, right? So we've got all the channels kind of built in with Alpha Predator channel going on here. This one, it's an interesting daily chart actually. So we've got all this kind of the same stuff that you would see on the other. We've got the AIs in here as well. We have indicators. So if I want to add an indicator, let's just add in an SMA and make that a 200 period SMA. You can see there it is on the chart. So we've got indicators, we've got price alerts, right? If I want to be alerted when the SPY goes to a certain area, we've got all that. So the web version is great for everybody except, and I'll preface this, people who want to trade with Brokerage Plus, because right now that is kind of reserved for just the downloaded version. Again, one of those will be worked on in the future type of thing, but certainly no ETA. We are planning on making a web type of Brokerage Plus version, which would connect to WebSockets as opposed to the live account. And as soon as that happens, I'll be transitioning kind of entirely to the web myself as a Mac nerd. Hey there, got another question. I wanted to ask you, how many Interactive Brokers accounts can I link to Brokerage Plus to auto trade? Right now, the answer is one. The caveat I'll give you is the answer very soon, once our new beta is out, will be almost an unlimited amount. Within reason, I want to say, right? And again, as soon as you're managing money for someone else, you're technically a professional trader. Make sure you sign up as such, because if the exchanges catch a line on those forums, they can be mean. But you can go in, and let me go back, and you'll see how when I logged onto the web, it kind of booted me here from the live. So let me just get back in here and go from here. But yeah, you can go in when you're setting up your trading. You can, what's VNet doing? Still valid in the same area. So yeah, so you go in, let me grab this scan that's looking right now. I'm just connected to the sim. This is just a demo account I have for you guys, but you can see that there's an accounts button on every tab. So eventually what you'll be able to do is see all of the different accounts. And I'm currently using a beta version right now that works. Right now there's just a little bit of some bugs with it, but you can go and you can connect to right now I'm using it, and I'm using my retirement account for some things, and I'm using my margin account for other trades and things like that. And I've got that split out here. Now, when you see 1 of 5 here, this is just different brokers. These are the ones that we're working on. No ETA, right? These things can take months. I want to be, very upfront with that. But we are working on Alpaca E-Trade. We have IB, and we're working on TD as well. So, again, these things take a long time. There's a lot of bug testing. We want to make sure that when we ship these things to you guys, they're shipped right. But again, that's just what we're looking at here. So yeah, you can connect to as many IB accounts as you want, but when you see 1 of 5, you're just seeing that I'm connected to just the Sims. If I connected to Interactive Brokers, it would say 2 of 5. So it's just telling you how many different brokers you're actually connected to. The game is eventually to have just an insane list of brokers there, and then anyone can come in and click on whatever they want. But it should only be 1 of 5. TD has been horrible lately, for sure. I use IB. I'm not for the. If you're if you're scalping insanely, then I think it's a bad idea to go commission free. And if you're not scalping insanely, you're not paying much in commissions anyway, if that makes any sense. So I'm not big on the whole commission free movement myself, but I hope that answered your web version question. What do we got? Okay, we got that. Michael, what's your favorite bullish reversal scans? It must be Bollinger Bands as a qualifier. See, I'm a big candlestick guy, Mike. So what I would do if you're looking for a Bollinger Band scan for reversals, as a candlestick nerd, what I would probably do, let me build this out while I answer other questions for you here, Mike. So another 15-minute candle here on VNet. So I'm going to cancel this. The interesting part of this strategy, and I don't even know if I'm doing it right, I'm just trying to learn what they're doing so that I can build it for you guys, but is that stops are tight, and what'd I do there? Let's try it again. There it is. Move that there, move this here, and then the rules for entry are kind of standard too. Okay, so we're building. While I answer other questions, let's build a reversal scan that I don't know if will be any good because I'm not really a reversal guy. I'm more of a pullback guy. But if I were to build something, I would go to. I trade off the 15-minute chart as kind of the lowest time frame I ever want to look at. Just a personal preference, but I would want it at, so let's call it -10 or 10. And again, this will find stocks that are at or near the low end of the Bollinger Bands. If we're reversal, let's make relative volume at least something. Volume today or 5 days. Yeah, do 5 days. I don't want to trade anything that does less than, say, 300,000 shares a day, because I just don't think I'll get filled. Let's say $1 to 200. And then for me, for an entry filter, I would probably look at a bottoming tail on the 15-minute. So I would build something that looks kind of like this. And let's just call it Mike C. And there's not going to be much on here today, I wouldn't think. Yeah, just because the market's been kind of rocketing all day. Did I break something here? We'll see. Okay, going to continue going questions, how we work with it. Michael, can I anchor TI to particular window? I want pre-built channels to open and on a specific monitor. So yeah, you can you can set it up however you want, and once it's saved, it'll be saved that way kind of forever. You can see we got triggered in VNet there, and OCUL stopped on the rest of that. Yeah, don't know why it's got a buy stop order in there. We're short on VNet. I tried it twice here. You can see it didn't work. So I think I broke something with that scan. I'll take a look at that again in a second. So yeah, so once you build them on whatever monitor you want, that's the monitor will open. There's also a setting here somewhere. Layouts right here. There we go. So loading layouts in our settings menu. So just go Tools, Settings. And I apologize if the dogs freak out. Someone might be home. But this open relative to main window, what it means by the main window is this title bar right here. So as soon as you have that ticked, if you open a channel, whatever monitor this bar is on, that's the monitor that you can put on whatever you want. So make sure that is ticked if you're trying to do some multi-monitor type stuff. What you guys are looking at is just a virtual machine on a single monitor so there was a trade on this way back here. Okay, so I got to do some changes there. Are you going to add Quest Trade in the future? I wouldn't, to be perfectly honest, I wouldn't hold my breath on Quest Trade. It's just a smaller broker in the grand scheme of things. Position in 15-minute range. That's what I did. I didn't do Bollinger Bands at all. Let's redo that. Bollinger Bands. I've actually briefly met John Bollinger. He's a very nice guy. There, let's do that. Let's put back in my 1.5 relative volume. There we go. So you get stuff like this. This would be kind of more or less what I would be looking at for reversal type setups. And let's just see for fun how this back tests. So yeah, I wouldn't hold my. We're planning on doing as many as we can, but we're basically doing it in order of how many of our clients trade from that broker. So if we ever do a survey, you see a survey in your email of what broker you trade with. That's why we're asking. That's why we link with IB. It's not that we have any relationship with IB. It's just that they most of our people were trading for them. You can do VWAP, yep, and you can do anchored. You can scan for anchored VWAPs up to 5 days back. Looks like VNet's working well. But anyway, that would be what I would look anyway, Mike C, for that back test. Let's see if anything comes through here live. Anchored VWAPs, again, is from a friend of Trade Ideas, and I think a good follow, and a friend of myself too. He's actually helping sponsor me for my addition to the CMT organization. And if we go through here, this is the anchored VWAP button that we have. So it's this little anchored up here where you can anchor a VWAP to a certain point. So essentially what you're doing here is you're finding what is the average price of the participant in this instrument at this time, right? So, moving averages are simply a moving average of price, and that's it. They only incorporate price. They ignore volume entirely. It doesn't matter if the stock spent, a long period of time at a single price and then, moves, but then moves on insane volume at TSLA. So what Brian Shannon will do when it comes to anchoring his anchored VWAP is he'll just say, I want to know where the average participant of a stock is at any given time. So if we click on something like Tesla, and we click on Tesla from the low here, you can see it draws in a VWAP. You can say the average participant in Tesla from this low is at $1,000. So they're doing great. And you may want to build a trading plan based off of that. If I click on and I say, what's the average participant from this area? You can see they're right here. And what you'll find when drawn correctly, they'll actually create support and resistance points, right? For example, drawing it from this big volume candle created a resistance area that when broken created a big pop. So again, I'm just going to make you a little jealous there, chat. I met Brian Shannon. I got him to sign my book, and he wrote a little blurb in it. We've been chatting ever since. So yeah, he's one of my sponsors for my CMT, which is something I will be thankful of, because I'm sure it certainly helped when they saw his name come through that I was worthwhile letting in. Yeah, so Mike's looking for the cloud link for this one. Let's grab save and share, copy all, and here you go. Oh, did I miss one from you? I may have. Let me just scroll up, see if I missed a question from you. I talked all about the accounts thing. I talked in depth. You might need to just scroll back. You can scrub back, but you can soon, not now, but soon you'll be able to connect to any Trader Workstation account. And these 1 of 5 doesn't mean account. These are individual brokers, just to summarize. Yeah, he's a very good guy, but he's a very good follow for sure. Um, Now, and how does anchored VWAP help with trading? Again, it's like anything. It's an area of. Um, can you just retype your question there? I only see the question of how many interactive brokers accounts because I saw you were connected to 5 accounts. And then the next thing that you typed in chat, can you please scroll up and look at that question? I don't see it. Just retype it there. Or just go scroll up, grab it, copy and paste it down, and I'll grab it there. Um, so yeah, it's the anchored VWAP is essentially the average, where the average market participant lives at any given time. So if we go into VNet, you can see this purple line here. This is where the average market participant is, and that's actually right where we've bounced off to today. So you can look at those and you can say these are support and these are resistance areas and these are areas that I'm going to watch, and then place trades off them the same as you would with any support or resistance area, which is away you go. I want to auto trade with Holly and let me manage the exits. That was definitely not typed above there, for sure. So I'll give you the setup video for how to set her up with Interactive Brokers. So make sure you have an Interactive Brokers account, and that is that's funded, and that you're paying them for data. And it really sucks that you have to pay them for data, but if you don't, nothing will work. So make sure you're paying them for your data plan as well. When you get that all set up, you can follow this video that will walk you through step by step. Now, when you get to the point where you're actually setting up the AI trading and you want to manage the exits, then make sure that you are trading in what's called moderate mode, right? So what will happen is, well, if you're looking to learn how to set this up, then you should follow that video. It's not an intro video, but it's an intro to auto trading Holly, and it will talk about this as well, right? Where if you want to manage the trades, you want to put it in moderate mode, which what it will do is it will put out the stop and it will hold till the end of the day. That's the most popular option. That's what I use myself for managing the exits, in which let's take half off here, and now let's just lower our risk on that one. Again, trading them like I would with real money, just while I learn this kind of new way that these guys are trading these. But the benefit of trading in, do I even have anything that's from the AI? Yeah, this one here. The beauty of trading it in moderate mode is that I know that it's just going to put out the stop and away it goes. And I get to manage it myself and move it from there. The what you're talking about with the best of conservative and moderate is that it's going to switch into that conservative mode. Now, the math that I have done looking back at Holly throughout history, it's the same as any trading algorithm, right? If you have a trading algorithm that has trailing stops and profit targets and advanced exits and all of this, you're going to get a smoother but a lower equity curve. Now, if you're doing a trading style in which it's more like a moderate mode, you're going to get a much bigger but much more volatile equity curve, right? Because what you're doing is you're saying, I'm going to buy them and hold them till the end of the day and sell them. So historically speaking, there's been more to be made in trading in moderate mode, but more volatility of the returns. You're going to see more often stocks, for example, that spike up throughout the day and then come back and kind of crash back against you. And it's all about your own personality, whether or not that is okay for you, right? I'm okay with that, right? I'm one that I've kind of internalized that I don't care about win rate. I think, there's I've talked to the best traders in the world and they're right 55, 60% of the time. That's it. So in my head, I'm saying, okay, well, I don't care about win rate. Therefore, I'm going to focus on risk reward, which I think is just the best chance for success, the best kind of probability of, you know, getting that best kind of risk reward, right? The big kind of push from that. The, you know, how someone else may do it is they don't want that. They want to have a more consistent return. And again, there's not, one's not right, one's not wrong. It's just kind of how you're going to, you know, how you're going to get your returns, right? I think what you're looking to do is right, in which you're looking to trade in moderate and then manage the exits yourself. If I was strictly a day trader, then I wanted to focus on Holly, that would be the skill that I would be working on, that I would use, in which I'm going to focus entirely on the management of the trades and getting the most out of that, and just knowing that the win rate is going to be what the win rate is, and getting the most out of every trade, I think is huge. Your strategies are awesome. Following me since 2 years. That's awesome, man. Thanks. Appreciate that. Do I think it's risky to trade at all-time highs? I don't think. I think risk is a simple equation of where your stop is and how much you're putting on the line. Is it profitable to buy stocks to trade all-time highs? Depending on your strategy, right? If you've got a strategy and you've back tested it and it works well, then, you know, have at it. I will say, just empirically, and have it being studied in trading for a long time, is that we know that relative strength and weakness when it comes to stocks is the most proven way to trade. It's the most academically proven way to outperform the market, is to come up with some sort of system that says, I'm going to buy stocks that are stronger than the market or their sector and sell stocks that are weaker than. Again, doesn't mean that's the only way to trade, right? Trade the way you want to trade. But risky, I would say no. Risky is just, I'm going to take a shot here and away I go. This VNet trade, for a perfect example, you know, this VNet trade right here, I don't consider this a risky trade, even though it's counter trend, and some people might. And that's why I'm interested in pursuing this thing that Barry's got on the go, is that it's not risky because I know where the stop is, right? My short was right here. What am I in? 23.55, and my stop was above 24. So it wasn't risky because I knew where my stop was and I knew how much money I was risking. Again, this is a very simple strategy, and this is a sim account, but when I start to take these in my real account, it'll be the same as any other trade. I assign a certain risk value, right? Call it 1% of your account on every given trade, and then you go from there. So then no trading style do I have is riskier than any other. They're just simply either more or less profitable than others. Oh yeah, I got a question about me. So I get to plug myself. I do. I have a YouTube channel, which I've been operating for many, many moons. That started by accident, and that's youtube.com/Bonpara. I do a weekly wrap-up of some of my swing trades every week, as well as specific swing trading strategy I have. That's like a weekly trend trader, you could call it. I'm currently teaching my fiance how to trade on there as well when we were locked together in quarantine. I've got some live algo trading, things like that. And I am at Bonpara on Twitter as well. So if you want to hear me ramble more, that YouTube channel has so much of it. I do a lot of Trade Ideas stuff because I consult with them, and I'm also an affiliate. So if you haven't bought Trade Ideas, just like, you know, Barry's putting his links out there, I put my links out there as well. Full disclosure. Favorite swing trading book. Let me look at my bookshelf behind me. Okay, you guys, my head's turned, but you guys hopefully can still hear me. I gotta say, and it's gonna be like Vimeo. Michael, I don't have any videos on Vimeo. If you're seeing my videos on Vimeo, let me know. I have never signed into a Vimeo account in my life. Best swing trading book. I'm gonna feel that Brian's gonna hear this and just think that I'm polishing him up, but he has technical analysis using multiple time frames, which is a great book. Another book that I always recommend new traders is called The Playbook by Mike Bellafiore. It's a great book that just goes over how to learn to trade. To be honest, I think a lot of the best trading books out there are either psychology or statistics books, because I think that's where most people fail. It's not so much, everyone understands basic support and resistance, and if you've been trading for any length of time, you have an understanding of candlesticks. The concepts of trading are not as difficult, but it's the psychology, right? So one of my favorite books that I recommend to people who are looking to trade that has nothing to do with trading is actually, two. One is called The Checklist Manifesto. The theory behind that is this guy was trying to figure out why there wasn't a correlation between accidental deaths in surgeries and the wealth of the country. You would think the more wealthy the country, the better they would be at preventing these surgery-related deaths. And he found out that wasn't the case, and then went on this big journey to find out why, and it was the use of checklists and being able to review certain things in order. That was a great one. Another good one is Golf Isn't a Game of Perfect, which I don't even golf, but I think is an amazing trading book. Do you share your entries every week or alerts for entry? I give general areas, with my weekend wrap up video. What I generally do is I go through what I'm looking for this week, and then at the end of the week I say what I've took and why. Important to note that this is only one of my trading styles that I do. It was kind of invented because I mentor clients with specific trading issues, and this is something that he kind of came up with. So this is the channel, right? And again, I don't want to tote myself too much on what's a Q&A, but unless there are more questions, then I guess I'm technically answering them. But so this one up here is just a live trade that I make, and it's a 10-minute video, but what I do is I splice together, this is why I entered and why, this is why I exited and why, right? It's I don't want to be one of those, here, look at my Lambo guru type guys, because it's just not the way it works. Way harder than that. It takes more work. I choose to be honest as opposed to not. And, this is all about my thought process in a live trade I do here. These are the videos where I'm teaching my fiance. You can see we're up to part 29 and 30. Came out this week. There's a playlist here that you can go back and watch them all in order. It's a great if you're really, really starting out trading. I can't stress this enough, because it's someone else that would be like you, who's never traded before, and have never done any of that kind of stuff. She's a dental hygienist by trade, and sit down like, here's how you learn to trade. It was kind of cool because we're both locked away in quarantine, and I got to continue to work and make money, and she was like, well, why don't I learn what you're doing anyway? So that's that. And then these are the weekend videos where I just talk about all of the different trades I took and why, and then I track the performance based off different metrics. So this is another style of thing. And then on top of that, there's all kinds of stuff. It's a 2021 thing. Once I get my CMT, I'm going to go back through and and figure out a way to really kind of pop up the different kind of content that you see here. But you can go through again tons and tons. There's not a lack of videos for sure. Golf isn't a game of perfect, Craig is another one. I believe that's the name. And it's kind of just what it says, right? And I think there's a perfect parallel to trading there where, a lot of the theory was if you go out and you play every round as if the if you go for a hole in one in every shot, you're not playing the game right. It's you don't need to be perfect, right? The goal is not that. The goal is how to, get to the hole in the least amount of shots possible. And it's just kind of the same with trading where I see a lot of new traders that, maybe they had a day where they were right 50-60% of the time and they lose money and they're kind of upset that they're not, they can't get a higher win rate. And then I tell them, it's like, listen, 60% win rate's great. If you're losing money with a 60% win rate, then that's not the side of the aisle you need to focus on. You need to focus on the other side, which is more about just the risk management. And I'll tell you that, the second that became more and more of a focus of mine, it's the profits increased and increased, right? It's just, you get something kind of in your head while you're like, it just didn't work. Move out, right? And as soon as you internalize that yeah, half the trades are just not going to work, then it helps the mindset to punch out of those as quickly as possible, kind of thing, right? Oh, Mike C, can I pay you, Mike, just to follow me around, be my hype man? I appreciate that. Yeah, the CMT, I was supposed to already have it, but this whole pandemic slowed everything down. They canceled those exams, but the next ones are online at the end of the year, and that will be the last of my 3 CMT lessons. So then I will be, watch this. This will be my actual professional name at the end of it. CMT CAIACDMS. And none of those I use for trading. It's just a lot of letters after my name. But all right, guys, we got another couple minutes. I'll open it up to see if there's kind of one more question around. Barry's already told me that he's streaming, so I can fire that back to him at any time. But if there is one more quick question, fire away. If not, I'll take off. Okay, guys, I am going to call it. I am away next week again, so I won't be on. Someone else will be taking my slot, so be nice to them. And I will see you guys the week after that. Trade safe, everyone.
Well, I wish you luck on that one. It's one I really am looking at it, but I have to do my video pretty soon now, so I'm not going to be able to take it. That is one that I cannot take and do my video at the same time. It can be pretty whippy. So, and with that spread sitting like it is, there's no way I can do it. I guess so, right? Yeah. Somebody complained that I am rude when I can't answer a question. Okay, I'm just waiting to see when Michael gets out of the room so I can alert the YouTube folks that I'm going to be doing my video. Well, I do apologize. I mean, maybe sometimes I come I'm now? Okay, thank you, Asia. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, I mean, maybe it seems like I'm being abrupt. I don't feel like I am, but maybe I am. You know, Okay, guys, it is now, well, it's not quite, about another 3 or 4 minutes and I will do my video. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, go. I know Real was shorting that one earlier. Now it's having a bit of a rebound. Actually took out the high of the day briefly. How did SW, did it finally fall? Yes, yeah, it did. Did it take out that, well, I don't know, John. What do you think? How's that for an answer? Let's see. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'm trying to be rude. Well, there's no volume. There's no volume, so I mean, who knows? 18,000 shares. Who knows what's really happening with this one? Where do they trade out of? No, yeah, I mean, there's just absolutely no volume. It doesn't trade very much. So to be, dropping like that on no volume, it's hard to know. It is an earnings play, August 26th pre-market, so it is an earnings play. But I mean, this doesn't have any following at all. I mean, typically, even a stock that, yesterday or a few days ago, it traded 50,000 shares. If the day it has earnings and it's only doing 18,000 shares, there's just no following, no interest whatsoever. Before I leave, MICT from here, 490, now 503. All right, guys, I am going to do my video now, so I should be back by about 120. I'll say 125, and that's only if I have some technical issues doing it. Second here. And if you want to watch my video or sign up for the videos, if you click on that home page link and where it says watch daily market recap videos right there, you can sign up for it right there. Okay, so I'll be back at about 125. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, let's see what is happening on these toppers. Anything? Get rid of the announcement. Well, William, I'm sure you got out of the EVSI, right? You did not keep adding. It is now just starting to get to the top of that channel again, but I hate to think that you took that just because I mentioned it. But you have a stop, right? You didn't keep adding, please. I know that, but maybe you pounded down MICT. Thanks. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so TTM now. A little break for TTM. Has it? It was way out of the price range I like to trade, but let's take a look at Xilinx. The trigger was at 110. Was it 110? I can't remember exactly the email. 102. 110. I meant didn't mean 110. I meant 101. So 102. Okay, that's not bad. What, about 2.5% or so? So that's not bad. Well, it's still a terrible spread. I mean, that's really, to be honest, that's what kind of kept me. Even though I wasn't going to do it while I was doing my video, that's kind of what kept me out of it in the first place. 1403, 14, 14, 1420. I just don't like that spread. Got to concentrate on ones that are certainly a better spread. But as William said, I mean, it can work. It can work for you if all of a sudden the bid just drops. Wow, Nio just boy, I had this at 16. That's almost $4 from where I got it yesterday towards, in the last hour of the day. Wow. Don't come to me for swing trading advice. Man. Though it's funny, I may take a little bit of this if it holds over 20 today. I may take a little bit and, hold on for a year. Ah, right. The volume is insane. The huge float. I mean, it's very impressive. 15% with that float, almost 900 million in the float. And these are almost everyday. Well, not everyday moves. I mean, look at the move yesterday. All right, so there is not a bad AI alert. Just as I was going on my break, just before I was going on my break, I noticed that one. It hadn't really moved, but it is starting to move now, guys. And I don't mind talking about it now. It's after the fact. 277, 304, 10%. That's the only one I would have really taken today because it's in the price range. I like the ones under 20 from the AI as a watch list. But just as I was going on my break. So here, I mean, look, it rested for a long time. You had plenty of time to get into this. This is why, we do get the emails that saying, when I get the alert, it's already moved too much or something. I'm not saying there's not one AI alert that doesn't move maybe quote unquote too much. Most of the time, though, what I see is that you have plenty of time to get in. And even if you're in like 5 cents to what you would consider late, it just doesn't matter. Look at the volume coming into it now for FLNT. Again, I don't mind talking about it now. Again, I would talk about it while this is happening. Not fair to the premium subscribers if I'm going to just talk about them. There it goes, guys. FLNT. 14% now. Almost 15% from 277 to 318. Or, well, it's pulled back a little bit. The alert for it was at 11:51 Eastern time, of course. That's why I missed it. I was just getting set to take my break, and I just flat out missed it. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can see almost way more clearly right there. I mean, I'm just going to briefly show up at there. Look at that. Couple on the 15 and then the drop. Well, luckily, William, you can't come to my country yet and find me if that had been a big loss. Oh, I know, I know. Yeah, so data stuff. Yeah, we're not a broker, so you always need a broker to trade. You do need a data plan, a live data plan. I mean, if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus, you need the pro version of IB, not the light version. Always need a broker. We're not a broker. Are you which ones? Are you talking about the FLNT, Scott? Nothing to do with auto trading. I mean, these are FLNT was an AI alert. Well, it depends. I mean, the AI alert, all the other everything else is generated either from here or I have a couple other scans on my other monitor. They're all generated from with trade ideas. They're all the ideas are. I'm sharing all the files. All the scans are right here. Room drive icon scans that I share. They're all shared right there. Yeah, these are all alerts. Yes, alert boxes, if you will. Yes. If it's an AI trade, I don't. If it's an AI trade, if it's an AI trade, I do not talk about it until maybe it's run way past the alert. Yeah, you need a data plan. You need a real-time data plan with interactive brokers in order to trade using Brokerage Plus. If you haven't watched this video, this video goes into absolutely all of that. What are your requirements? Okay, I don't know if you watched the video yet. So before you do anything, you really should watch this video, not just for that specific question that you've got, but there are other questions that you may have that are going to be answered in that video. Okay, and it goes over exactly the data plan, the minimum data plan that you need with interactive brokers. Bottom line is you need a real-time data plan with interactive brokers because you're connecting to interactive brokers. Yes, you're connecting, but okay, now what are you connecting to? Obviously, you don't want delayed data. Thank you, Scott. Oh boy, I thought about hammering that nail on the flint, William. Maybe you did. It met the criteria. So SPWH is maybe a reaction to DKS. Their earnings, obviously a huge win, huge gain. Really done nothing though. I mean, it's been very flat, but SPWH, same sector. Now the spread isn't bad. It's funny, isn't it? On the way up, the spread was terrible. Now, right now, as I speak, it's only 6 cents, 7 cents. I mean, it's not fantastic, but just a second, I got to do this. Let's take a look at HTBX. Let's see. Well, yes, I see what because it had the big pop. Actually, it had some news this morning, I thought. I had some news. No, not. I think somebody mentioned that insiders bought 1.5 million shares or something to that effect. That was probably one of the reasons why this popped. But they mentioned that yesterday. But it has given it up. I give you that. 171, down to 133. Yeah, you don't see the spread on the screen, okay? This is from your broker. Your broker will have something like this. This is this is from Interactive Brokers. This is my time and sales. I love this. This is what when I click on an alert, this is the first thing I look at. Check the spread, okay? Check to see how fast it's trading. Never want to get into a trade or get into something that, you see a trade and then you see another trade 30 seconds later, and then another one. You don't want to get trapped into something that's not liquid. So, as long as there's activity, then it's good. Typically, anything that I'm clicking on is going to be good activity because the relative volume is usually at least, well, not in this case because that's just somebody asked me to type that in, but anything in here is going to be a relative volume of 3. That means that it's going to be pretty active trading wise. But this is what I use. This is my go-to. But this is from Interactive Brokers. All brokerage platforms will have something like this. And I just tuck this in. The only reason I don't put this, I'd love to put it on the screen because then I wouldn't have to keep looking at another monitor. But you know what's going to happen. I'm going to get questions. I'm going to get inundated with questions all day long. How do I get that? What is that? What is that? What is that? And so I don't do that. Oh yeah, every broker has it. Every single broker has it. Yeah, I get a nasty email. Boy, look at that. How flat line is that? Up 26%. Look at the float, guys. I mean, that's a massive float. Stock is up 26%. It is an earnings play. Whether it's, as you're saying, it's not organic, but whatever it is, I mean, it is up $57. Wow. Okay, one moment, please. Yeah, this is something, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, I did not want this one at all because, the IPO came out and it was just way too expensive. I think somebody can maybe look it up, but I think the IPO price was in the 20s. And I think here's where it first traded, 67 or so. Was it 52? Really? Let me check that. I did not think it was 52. Just let me see. I'm not talking about the initial price, the initial sell or the first. I'm not talking about the first print. Ah, where are my IPOs? There they are. $24. It was 24. That was the IPO price, 24. See, this is what This is what I'm talking about. There's big commerce. You see, there's the IPO price. We're not talking about the first print. I'm talking about what the IPO price was. And so when it jumped, I said, well, I just don't like it. That's why I like the Rocket a lot better, because the Rocket RKT, Rocket was at 21 and it opened around 24. Okay, big difference though. Look at the number of shares in the float. 33 million here for Rocket. I'm sorry, wrong one. It's Rackspace. Let me find Rocket before everybody jumps on me. Where the heck is Rocket? Oh, there it is. Oh, 18. That was even better. And it closed at 21. You see, and look at this one. Big. I mean, there's the IPO price. Closes at 72 from an IPO price of 24. Now this has 100 million shares in the float. This has 9 million. So I mean, that's why we're getting these insane moves. SSSS, guys. Look at this one. Sutter Rock Capital Corp. Is this another? Yeah, this is another one of those. Yeah, this is another one of those SPACs. SSSS. Well, this is getting close to a channel break on the 15. It's broke on the 5. I'm just waiting to see if it can break on the 15. So, yeah, it's got, wow, it's a low float, 13 million in the float. Yeah, it opened at 68, closed at 70 something. That's insane, you know. I mean, the money they left on the table. Now, they're not crying because, I mean, it's at 130 odd. I don't know how many millions of shares the founders have, but we're not going to hold any tag days for them anytime soon. Well, you know, I talk about floats only in that a lot of the stuff that we see are low float situations. That's why they have these big percentage moves. But I mean, they don't all have to be. I mean, look at CRM. I mean, 865 million in the float, it's up 25%. So I mean, it doesn't absolutely 100% mean that you have to have a low float for a stock to have a tremendous run. But it has to have some news. There has to be a catalyst, and you know, this is the catalyst for CRM as an example is an earnings play. So I will trade a very high float as long as there's a catalyst, be it news or earnings, something like that. But most of the things that we see that really, really move, you know, they're relatively low float. That's why they're moving like that, like they do, even without a super catalyst. Anything under 20 million to me is a low float. I mean, arguably nothing moves without a catalyst. Okay, sometimes but sometimes you just can't see what the catalyst is. Unless it's absolute that it's news or it's an earnings play. Sometimes though, you look at the news, you scour, you can't really see anything, and it's just for whatever reasons traders have got involved. Some newsletter is pumping it. Now, a lot of times with the bios, you do see some news. Good results in a phase 1, 2, or 3 study, or something like that. And if it's a low float, then traders get involved. Anything can happen. And again, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about when we talk about the float, there's the float right now, say for SSSS, 13 million. So those are the available shares for trading on a given day. Okay. Typically, what you do is you take the shares outstanding, then you start subtracting what the insiders own. Maybe if a mutual fund, I doubt very much in this particular case, but you start subtracting shares, and that gives you the float. That's the effective number of shares that can be traded. So the lower that number, that's your supply. If you have high demand for whatever reason, that's what causes big moves. I'm really watching this, guys, as a potential short here. Just wanting to see how much. I mean, the volume is still increasing. That's the only thing. I'd like to see the volume decrease a bit. Well, that's the SSSS. Well, it might the SSSS. It might be. I mean, I'm just watching it now. I mean, it's at the upper ends of the channel, but the volume. There's that big volume thrust. Let's see if the volume continues. If not, just watching it here, guys. As maybe the volume tails off a bit. Ah, I missed it. Sugar, I missed it. Oh. I had my order in at 1456. 57. No, 56. I had it in, and it just popped right down through. Okay, so Joanne in the YouTube feed is asking me to re-explain the float. What is the float? And okay, so when you ask, is a low float better than a high float? A low float is better than a high float if you're happen to be in a stock that is, lots and lots of enthusiasm. Traders are behind it because there's low supply. And for whatever reason, like I said, the reasons could be it's an earnings play or it had some news that's a catalyst. Basically, it needs a catalyst. And for whatever that, so that catalyst is causing traders to just pour into the stock. So if the stock doesn't have very many shares to trade, low float, then that's when you see these insane moves. Now, they can be stressful. So I mean, if you can't handle the stress, then sometimes a higher float situation, you will not usually get wild swings. When it's a high float. 50 isn't even, but 100 million, 200 million, certainly a billion. You'll probably get, it'll probably be like a less stress-free trade, but also maybe nothing really happens. Holy smokes, was that a nice little quick short of that one though? Got all the way down to 1438. So does that make sense? So supply is the float. Well, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, but so the float is the supply. So like any other commodity on earth, I'm not going to do my house analogy, but any other commodity on earth, if there is not a large supply of it, and for whatever reason, if there's a big demand, what happens to the price? The price goes up. So again, it's not so much as one better than the other. I mean, if you're looking for, fast and furious action, yeah, a low float will give it to you. But, it depends on your trading style. Well, where I was going to get in, but it got down to 1438. Now, I'm not saying I could have got out at 1438. I was looking to get in at 1456, shorting. If it had done that, I would have. I mean, now look at it right now. It's right back down. So, what I would have done had I had it and had been able to, I would have definitely taken some off if I could have, right around that low 40s, and then hung on to see what was going to happen. That depends. I mean, this is now, remember now, I'm all about the percentage moves. I mean, you're talking about going from 1457 down to 1427, 30-cent move. This is under 5 minutes. This is like about a minute, 2 minutes. So, guys, I'm really going to hammer at trade ideas to get these channels on our charts. I think it can help with even swings. I mean, you put a daily chart, you have a channel, and if a stock is right at the bottom or at the top, then you kind of know maybe to either stay away if you want to go long if it's at the top or if it's at the bottom. And you start getting some candles that are moving off, then maybe you can use it as a bounce play. Even as a swing trade. I do apologize. I mean, but what I'm trying to do though is I'm showing you I can't show you what I'm looking at, but I'm showing you what my feelings were. And I said, I want to short this. I mean, problem is it popped down too quickly. So I am explaining it. Well done, Flip Arc. Wow, level 4 now? Or level 4. That's cat 4 I meant, not level 4. Wow. Well, yeah, and you know, Tom, there's nothing stopping you. You must have a broker that has charts. There's nothing stopping you from doing the same sort of thing. Here's my interactive brokers. I'm using, a couple, but there's nothing stopping you from finding out from your broker how to do a linear regression channel. Nothing stopping you, right? It'll be a study of some sort. So when I'm talking about these, and if you, oh yeah, well, yeah, I mean, this is IB. The only thing is, I'm not sure which linear. See, I'm on this. Whoops. You see, I think that one of these regression studies, one of the linear regression, standard deviation channel, it's, as Michael explained to me, this is just a misnomer, it's a cute name. Standard deviation are numbers. You've got a high. So we're using always two standard deviations. So you've got there's your mean, there's two standard deviations, but it's basically linear regression. The only thing is, it's not showing me exactly the same as I see on another charting program. So it could be one of these, but I would experiment. So once you have your chart, just go into edit and then go to studies and then regression studies. And here they are. That's all I did. I mean, I had no idea what I was doing with this. Well, I put 100 because real. The problem that he saw with IB breaks it up. So you'll see a channel, and then you'll see another channel, and then another channel instead of one long continuous channel for the day. So he suggested putting 100 as the period to smooth it out. That's why it's probably not giving exactly the same as the other one. Well, think or swim, that's what he uses. Boy, Kirk is on the way down here. So here's I'd like to be able to start playing the bounces, but I have a feeling a lot of these bounces will work better if I can find them when they are strong stocks. Sort of, in fact, aha. Meanwhile, guys, FLNT back. All right, this could be interesting. So I've got my biggest pullback on winners, all right? So maybe this could be used for the bounce off the channel. I'm more interested in finding stocks that are bouncing off the channel that are strong stocks, rather than trying to find some weak stock that may bounce, if that makes sense. It is not Costco's company, actually. We thought it is not actually Costco's. I thought the same thing, but I know it's a Kirkland brand within Costco, but it is not. This is a specialty retailer of home decor. It is not the Costco brand. Is that the same biggest pullback on winners that I just showed? So who asked the question earlier? Who asked that question a lot earlier, that I was only concentrating on shorts and that may not be conducive to their style of trading. So this might help. No, I don't think it was the guy I was rude to. No, BPM. You didn't think I was rude to you, did you? Did you? So you see, so this one, its biggest pullback. So what I'm looking for now are pullbacks to that bottom line of the channel and a bounce off it. So these are strong stocks. These are still strong stocks. And so I'm going to start to check to see how many of them bounce off what I'm looking at right there. See if it would bounce off the bottom. No, linear regression lines, two standard deviations apart from the mean. Yeah, I don't have this. I don't. Yeah, I don't want to. I like a really uncluttered chart, right? I don't need the first one. It doesn't interest me. Not that you should. Don't. I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be rude here. You have so many alerts all day long that I think I really only want to see the ones that are two standard deviations, either above or below. Yeah, I can share it. Absolutely. It's from our chat, one of our channels. I never really, because I was not a big pullback player, I never really paid any attention to it, but I certainly will start now. Okay, so yours was a multi-strategy one. I don't I don't know if he uses one. I don't know. To me, that's might be interesting to see one, but I would never trade off it. All right, let me load it right now. It's just a multi-strategy window, right? Okay, see what it looks like. Pullback scanner. Pull back above, biggest pull. There it is. Okay, quick pullback, 75%. Pullback, 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 pullback. Okay, well, let's see what it gives us. So first thing I will do personally, you guys don't have to do but this is what I'm going to do. Price range, I'll put 2 and 25. It's going to limit. I want a minimum volume of at least 250,000 shares. I want a minimum relative volume of 2. So it's going to cut down, which is fine. I don't want that many alerts. Now watch, I won't get any, because that was the last one that came through before I made my change to the relative volume. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for that, though. Well, I changed my price range. You know, I think I put a 25 max. I put a minimum volume, I think, of 200,000 shares. The big one is the relative volume. I put a minimum of 2. Well, William, I don't know if you still were able to hang on when you said I don't know if you kept hanging on to EVSI, but wow, I mean, that's almost textbook. That's right, just mean upper and lower. That's it. Just very clean. This is almost textbook though. Look at on the 5s and the 15s. No, that's not to say this is the right way, right? I mean, this is just, I just like a clean chart. Meanwhile, if you just want to follow this, NIO 1986, 2069. So there's not quite a dollar. GoGo, of course, we had that big move before it dropped. AXT, I still don't think it really moved. No. SIG has not moved. This, of course, I really shouldn't have put this on this morning. This one really didn't work. 268, it went right down. So I would give this a B minus. Okay, today. I mean, the NIO was excellent. The GoGo was excellent for a bit. AXT didn't really move. SIG hasn't moved. This one moved down. This one definitely moved down, and this was a pop. So if you just care about going long, this is why. I mean, this watch list produced pretty well today. All right, guys, look at water. WTER. Look at the volume that has just come in. WTER, 500,000 shares. That's a third of the day right there. Not a super low float, 58 million in the float, but water, WTER. I mean, to me, it looks like there should be some resistance, between 170 and 2 or 185, but well, so chat, we do have, I mean, I don't use it, but if I just check consolidation, so here's consolidation in days, a 3-week tight setup. So I mean, in theory, you could if you want to use 15 trading days and just check it. Here's a consolidation, and that can give you with other filters in place, that might give you stocks that are definitely consolidating. And this will be, so if you use it, say, today, and then you said, okay, I want to use this filter today, for today. This doesn't look at today. So it's looking at the previous day. So if a stock is breaking out today, in theory, it should show it, in theory. Okay, so you can try it. No, I really don't change the I don't change the scans. And if I did, and you said, well, mine doesn't look quite like yours, I would just say, okay, here's what I've done. But I don't really change this. No, so you don't have to do it every day. No. But as I always say, this is a template. Okay, anything you're downloading from my shared scans, I call it a template. This is what I like to see. But you might, when I look at my filters in place, you might like a different price range as an example. Maybe 1 and 20, that's maybe not what you want to see. Maybe you want to see between 20 and 60 as an example. Maybe you want a lower or higher minimum volume, things like that. So it's a template, and that you can then customize a little bit to your own style of trading. I think it's 20. Yeah, it's a 20 period. Not 21. I don't know why. Why would I use 21? I think that was the default. 20 and 2. Just a minute, guys. I lost a scan. I'm trying to find it here. There you are. All right. What did that water do? WTER. What did it do? Ah. I wonder how much further this is going to fall. Thoughts on Kirk? Yeah, I mean, the next low looking left is 774. I mean, ever since the amazing run, I mean, it's just been beaten up this week, no question. You know, will this hold? Will the last week's low hold? I mean, that's the only thing. If it doesn't hold, look out. I mean, you're getting some bottoming tails here. Whole number may support it. SPY is amazing. We've had one red bar, two, I suppose. I guess the opening, one, two. We've had three red bars on the 15-minute today. That's it. Ah, okay. Makes sense, Rob. Yeah, I don't have any of the moving averages on. Because it's all intraday. I don't care about the 200-day or any of the moving averages intraday. Now the 8 and 20 maybe, but again, I'm not that concerned about it. I'm just concerned what's happening at that channel, in the channel. I'm also looking at the mean. You know, if a stock starts approaching that mean, what is it going to do? Is it going to? I mean, that's the theory, isn't it? Stocks will eventually revert to the mean. That's the whole theory behind it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen intraday. Wow, SIG. So SIG is starting to work here, guys. 1673 starting to work a little bit. There's the 200-day moving average. It had earning. Oh no, it has earnings coming up. There's the 200-day moving average. Yesterday, it held it. Yeah, it is in the channel. You see here, I mean, it did poke above on the 5, but I want them both. It has to be, for me, it has to be both. But it's right, you know, here it is right in the channel. It did on the 5s, it did poke above, but I think I need the 15s too, as a, both have to be, it does, you know, does it mean I'll never do it? I'll probably look at the 15, I probably look at the 15 more than I look at the 5. And we have a halt. East. Look at East. East Side Distillery. Where are they out of? Portland, Oregon. Okay. Well, you're in a YouTube feed. You might, Chad, if you see here, I mean, it's the same. Well, it's the same me and seeing my screen, but there is another trading room where it's a lot more robust. More traders are in it. Okay, and it's easier for me to share links and stuff. So if you wanted to go into that room, you could. You're still hearing me and you're still seeing my screen. It's just a little more easy, a lot more interaction among traders. So there's the link for the room. Spy is up 36 now. Holy smokes. Well, it's leaving that, what was it, 336? What was that here? 339, it's leaving that behind. That was that high that kept trying to break. So it's leaving that behind. Rene Sola. Yeah, this feed is on every day, yes. So again, the YouTube feed's fine if you just want to hear me and listen and see my screen. If you want more interaction among traders, fellow traders, seeing their ideas, not just mine, then you can come into the other trading room. No, you're in the okay room. Oh, the okay room. Sniper. Okay, you're in. There are no other rooms. I mean, there is another room. It's confusing. I know there is a YouTube feed. It's the same feed. I mean, they can hear me same way. They can see my screen the same way. It's just that some people just want to go to YouTube. Some people just want to listen to me, so they don't even need to. So it's a lot easier going, I guess, to YouTube. We have other tabs, yes, like off-topic, stocks only, swing trading, tech support, things like that in the trading room. Boy, Nio. Almost 21 now, guys. All right, guys. I am just going to do, I've only got half an hour left. I'm just going to change headsets, okay? Just give me a second. All right, I'm now back. Meanwhile, SPWH continues. This is not breaking the channel, guys. It's just still right almost at the mean. It is still just continuing higher right around the mean. So this is why this is not, even though it looks like it should be primo short. You know, I mean, it's getting closer, but look at the SPY. But, you know, like everything else too, like to have the market on your side a little bit. So even though we're looking at channel breaks to short, you know, the market doing this, shorting is really, really probably not the best thing to be doing right now. Unless you're just trying to scalp stuff. William, you didn't answer my question. Oh no, you would not still be in EVSI. I mean, that was fantastic. I mean, from the break of 1411, the break of the channel, 1411, down to 1271, and the spread is widened now, but well, you'll learn, William. You still got you only been trading what, 3 weeks, three to 4 weeks. You'll learn. People coming in the room saying, "What?" Mr. Goods himself making a not a primetime appearance, but a late appearance. There he is. I knew you were going to do natural gas and all your crazy future stuff. I've never done that. Absolutely. Go where the money is. If you can find the money doing that, absolutely. I would say no, Vince. It's time to short. No, I mean you know you can find shorts in the pre-market, but I would not never ever ever. I mean, look, pre-market trading. If you're new, is wild and woolly. Okay, absolutely, positively not for everybody. So I mean, if you're new, I wouldn't even trade the pre-market to be honest. I'm not even sure what I would say is the best time to short. I mean, it all depends. You know, the stocks are trading differently all times of day. Well, that is, that's to learn a little bit about trade ideas, yes. But I mean, in terms of a market comment, when you say you're new to trading, Vince, right? You're not just new to trade ideas. Yeah. So there are some instructional videos. I mean, the 20 and 20 is good if you're a Trade Idea subscriber and wanting to learn, some of the basic features. So I'm going to put my link into the room again. Yeah, Ashley, I mean, I know it's confusing as heck, but you see, there is another trading room, okay? It's exactly the same feed, and it's me. They see the same thing. It's just a different room, more interaction with traders. So if you click on my link, if you click on that link, you'll get a few things here. Obviously, here's a subscription link, but also education, trade ideas, education. If you click here, we do have the 20 lessons in 20 days. That's more about learning how to use trade ideas, okay? Um, educational videos. You can scan through. A lot of those are, I'm not saying they're going to teach you exactly how to trade, but give you some insights about what some of the other traders look for in trade ideas, not just myself. So I think this link here, my homepage link, has got some good stuff on it if you're a new trader. And Ashley, here is the other room, okay? Just so if you wanted to come in there. Okay, so the uptick rule, if a stock is down 10%, 10% plus, then it's subject to the uptick rule. All right, so it's that simple. Now, if the stock was down 10% yesterday, today it'll still be, if you wanted to short it, it'll still be subject to the uptick rule. Okay, it won't go away unless the stock is positive or not down 10%, I guess, the second day. So that's what makes a stock subject to the uptick rule if it's down 10%. That's why you'll see. That's why it's so nice to be shorting these tops because, of course, they're certainly not down 10%. It's easy to short as long as there are shorts available as your broker. There's no issue. It can be really frustrating to short these ones that are down 10%. Trying to find even if your broker has shorts, that's the whole thing. You have to have some action coming in at the ask, and then even it goes back to the bid where you want it. You could be in a big queue of others who want to short it there, and so. Depends how fast it's trading, and then you can, it gets frustrating because then you start to see it being bid down, 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 and then you can get into chase mode. How long did it become consistent? Boy, I've been trading a long time, Ashley. I've had trade ideas since 2010, but I was trading before then. I think once I figured out that I didn't have to be right every trade and that I could take a loss, and as long as the loss was manageable within my means, obeying my stop, that's when it really kind of turned around for me. Because I'm not right all the time. I mean, not even close, so Though I mean, I have to admit, on these channel breaks, it seems to be easier. But you know, if I'm wrong, I get out, and it's always a manageable loss. And then, of course, with commissions nowadays, so cheap. Even if you have to pay whatever, half a cent a share for IB, I mean, they're so cheap that you can just get back into the trade if you were just a little early. Yeah, so we don't have EMAs, chat, number one. So we do have SMAs. You can find so we do have 8 SMA and we have a 20 SMA. We do not have EMAs at all. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Well, it depends what you mean by support. Chris, if you ask 10 different people where they think support is, you may get 10 different answers. Okay? I mean, the only support, if you want to call it support, is a stop line here on a daily chart, but it's just a 20-day low. All right? So, support it can be a really visual thing. But again, I might say, well, this could be support. Somebody else might say, well, I don't think support's there. We can have different opinions about where support is. All right. So, if I looked at this chart right here, I would think, okay, there's some bottoming tails on the 15 right there. If it broke down through 1470 or 470, that to me would be, there's a little support area. If it broke down through there, I'd be out of the trade as an example. Okay, so I think finding support now for you and a lot of people intraday is going to be more a matter of seeing chart after chart after chart, and eventually you just sort of you can. I mean, look at this one. Look at the 15-minute right there. Looks like pretty good support. You've got 3 15-minute candles. That's 45 minutes. Even the next one, there's a bottoming tail almost to the same area. So, I would say, okay, that looks like pretty decent support, that if it took that out, you're out of the trade. So it's just a matter of really seeing like thousands of charts. I mean, there's no easy way, guys. Thousands of charts. Not trying to, dismay anybody, but that's the wrong word. But, it's just a matter, it's a little bit of experience. And, actually seeing thousands of charts, it sounds like an incredible number, but I'll bet in a month, you clicking on chart after chart, that'll be thousands. So what you could do, Chris, okay, assuming that you get, a little bit used to, look at SIG as an example. That looks like a pretty decent support area, okay, right there in that 15. So you could set a price alert, create a price alert right there and save it. So there. Now you've got a blue line right on your chart. So you could call that your support line in theory. Make sense? Using our price alerts. So now you've got a visual, maybe a bit of a visual aid right there. There's that blue line, but it's also a price alert. Yeah, you can put them on our charts, the EMAs on our charts, but as far as scans go, yeah, we don't have any EMAs. It's been asked, chat. I know I'm, I wouldn't mind them either, but I don't run the company. So did that make sense, Chris? I glossed over that. Maybe you don't even know we have price alerts. I mean that's something that I think if you have our product, it's a powerful, the ability to set price alerts right on the chart easily, really, really quickly. Yeah, it's not all you have to do is just click on new and then price alerts. Your price alerts window will pop up. Here's my price alerts. Where are they? Right there. Okay. And this is what I do. I minimize it. So I don't have to stare at this all day long. I just minimize it. And if the price hits, this is going to pop up on my screen. I can put a sound alert on it, the actions. I can put a sound alert on it. I sort it on the triggered column. So I'm going to see the last price alert right at the top. So let's see if I can make one right now, just one that's moving. So I show you how. So you can't miss it. Okay, now I'm going to minimize this. I minimize my price alert window. And you can see what I've done is I've put bracketed, there you go. See how it popped up? See how it just popped up on my screen? I have a sound alert on it. It's right at the top. It changes colors or it fades. You can't miss it. Well, Joanne says, okay, I'll just do a check here. I know I have sound. Yeah, it is a bit of a downturn in the SPY. It's the first big red bar of the day. You guys can hear me, right? I just want to make sure you guys can hear me in the both rooms. Just go ahead. Somebody said they can't hear me in the YouTube feed. All right, I never should have mentioned it, John. Never. Well, the guys were kidding me. They're saying rude and Canadian can't be said in this. Those two words can't be in the same sentence. Huh, interesting. Let me just see something here. Give me a moment here, guys. I just want to check something out. What type of trading do I do? Well, intraday. I mean, I'm not a big swing trader. I'm kicking myself. I'm not holding NIO. Had it yesterday around 1680. There's a $4 move, but I'm mainly an intraday trader. What's going on here? Just a second. All right, guys. So I'm sure that it's been on the top of everybody's mind that you have always wanted to give trade ideas as a gift to a loved one. Get them started in trading. So we've got a new, so if you click on my homepage, I'm gonna guys get you to click on my homepage so I don't have to put all the other links in all the time. All right, and get trade ideas. And right at the bottom, go all the way to the bottom, give trade ideas as a gift. Okay, now if you really want to give them, you want to score a lot of points, annual premium, but here's your standard premium. And you can, of course, you can apply my discount, okay, wherever it was. Okay, so trade ideas as a gift now. Yeah, for all you kids out there. All right, guys. Well, I'll be shutting the room down at around 3. I will always stick around if there are questions, but otherwise, I'm hopping on my bike. Beautiful day in Vancouver. Ah, okay, Joanne. I'll answer your question then. I'll be shutting the room down at 3, but that's okay. I can answer your question. Nope. Nope. Bruins all the way. Tough one last night. Okay, so Joanne asked the question again about float. I had answered her, but she had me on mute or she didn't have the sound, so I'm going to answer her again. So just a quick word about the float and what it's all about. So I think the original question was, what is better, a low float or a high float? Okay, that was sort of the question. So I answered it this way. So you can always, here's our float. There's the float for, say, TTM, 577 million. That's a high float, all right? A low float for me would be anything under 20 million. So what is better? Well, if you are wanting, if you like fast and furious action and a stock is in play, there's some catalyst that is driving it. Either it's an earnings play or it's had some news. Then a low float is the low floaters are the ones where you see these crazy moves. The stocks that are up 50%, 100%, 200%, because the float is the supply of stock. It's literally the supply of stock. So it's like any other commodity on earth. If it's a low supply and high demand because of the catalyst, what happens to the price? The share price keeps moving higher and higher and higher because there's like a feeding frenzy to get in, the fear of missing out, all of that. So that's where a low float, if you're into that sort of stuff, yeah, but it's also very risky because they can go up and then they can come down really quickly when people want to get out. So a high float, though, you know, if you're more into the less stressful type trades, and some of these won't move very much, then maybe it, you know, it depends on your character. And I'm not just talking about you, Joanne, but you know, anybody who's listening. You know, some people just can't handle. I mean, it's always wonderful to see these ones that go from $1 to $10, yes, but and think, man, if I got in at one with you know 1,000 shares, I'm up $10,000. Yes, but understand that that stock that goes from 1 to 10, yeah, if you get in at one and you sell at two, that's very fortunate. A lot of times though, you're seeing it at two, and then you're seeing it at three, and you're wondering, wow, can it keep going up? And then you just bite the bullet. Probably not from a good pattern. You get in at 354 and it drops to one. You know, so I mean, believe me, it's not easy. So a high float, though, typically a little more gentler trade, but they may not move very much. Now, a high float, though, doesn't necessarily mean that a stock is not going to move. You know, I mentioned CRM. You know, that's a very expensive stock. 865 million in the float. It's up 23%. That's because, you know, it had earnings. And the reaction to earnings was spectacular. So it doesn't mean that a high float means that a stock will not move. But for Salesforce to move 22%, it has to have a catalyst. And the catalyst, of course, was earnings. Okay, does that answer your question, Joanne? So there's no like right or wrong. Just recognize that a low float, they look wonderful, but they can be really, you cannot buy something that's a low float situation and then, you know, go downstairs, make some tea, you know, 10 minutes later you come up. You can't do that. Okay, right? Yes? Yeah, well, typically anything I'm seeing, it's got a high relative volume. Yeah, but you know, and typically a low float situation that has a catalyst will have that high relative volume. There has to be a catalyst. It's not, yeah. So I mean, I see what you're saying. I mean, so it's not just a matter of scanning for low float stocks and saying, okay, I'm going to buy these low float stocks. If there's no catalyst for them, then they will do nothing. The float, again, the float also is if you take the number of shares outstanding, and not so much for these low float ones because you know there's no mutual funds owning them, but to get the float, you take the number of shares outstanding and then you start subtracting what the insiders own, the CEO, the COO. If there are any big mutual funds, you start because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. And that's what so you'll see like Facebook, I don't know how many shares outstanding it's got, but it's got 5 billion in the float. I don't know how many shares outstanding, 2.3 billion. I'll guarantee it has more shares outstanding, but you subtract, you know, what Zuckerberg and all the guys own and mutual funds from that, and that gets you your 2.3 billion. All right, well, here it is. Here's Facebook, and you know, there it is. I mean, 20 and 2 using that particular regression analysis. The guy's name was Midtown, and that's it. So I don't know what you've got going on, but I mean that's it. It's very, you know, 5 and a 15. You know, I was looking at SSS maybe. Well, you know, there you go. I mean, I'm not going to say. I mean, this is I've been using this, and you know, obviously to some success. I don't know why the TOS is so far apart, unless it's more standard deviations. This is just two. You can't see it, but you know, I mean, if I go to my settings, you know, 20 period, two deviations. That's it. I think this is pretty standard. Yeah, I have no explanation why then. I know Real uses Thinkorswim, so I'm pretty satisfied with what this has been telling me all day long, not just this particular one, and I will stick with it. And this is what I've given over to Michael. Michael is going to try to develop it all for us so we can have it on the charts. No pressure, Michael, if you're listening. So high relative short interest. Can somebody give me an example of one? Let's see if give me an example of one. I just don't have one off the top of my head, so it'd be a good. Yeah, but is it a high? Yeah, well, I mean, it's 8%, but okay, so this is what we're talking about. So here's how many shares are in the float. 8% of those shares are short. Now you get some situations where you can get 40 and 50%. Where's PSTG? I think that's one that's got a really high one. Yeah, nah. Whitwashers used to have a huge HLF. Okay, let's take a look at HLF. No. you're not doing yourself. Omer, let's take a look at Omer. There, okay, Omer's getting there, okay? I was looking for one even more dramatic, but that's high. So imagine, that's the short float percent. So of the 51 million, 19% is short. These are people holding short positions in the stock, okay? So what happens, and so if you have a situation where even lower float and even a higher short float percent, what happens if all of a sudden there's a major catalyst that causes the stock to just rip higher, and you're sitting there as one of those shorts? Well, what happens is, this is what we can call, you've heard maybe the term a short squeeze. So if you're sitting there, you're gagging. You're going, oh my God, what's happening? And so you're starting to cover your short position, which is, basically you're buying the stock, which is further fueling the buying activity. So, I mean, that's the trifecta. Low float, high short float percent, and a catalyst. You get those three going, man, you can have some crazy, crazy, crazy moves. And I know there are some that are 40, 50%. So you can actually do a scan or set up like an alert window, with a low float, under 20 million, say, high short float, 20%, in the top list, and just see. But again, you do need let's see, Mike, M-I-K. There we go. There's a good one. Thank you very much, John. That's a good one. So, I mean, look at this. 34% short. Now, look, I mean, this stock has been... did they change symbols? Just a minute here. No. Okay. Good. So, I mean, this stock was way up here, $31, and it's been sliding. I had a little blip up here, but, people have been just shorting this and holding and shorting, okay? So that's why you get now all of a sudden, though, for whatever reason, this is starting to rebound. All these people that were short, depending where they're short from, I mean, if they just started here, they're getting very worried. If they started from up here, maybe they're covering. I don't know. But you see, that's what can happen, though. Yeah, no, I just was, I didn't think it changed symbols. I thought that I wasn't able to scroll back. I was stuck. Nio, sure. Somebody's asking me to bring up Nio. So what are you looking for? You want the actual, the price at 2023 right now? 2030, 20, I mean, we have an 8 second, 2026. So you're probably going to, the short float is over 100. Yeah, so this is, you'd have to look up and, make sure you type it in correctly. Naked shorting. Okay. Okay. You'd have to look that up. That's why you will see sometimes you'll see over 100%, which does not make sense. Okay. But if you look up the term naked shorting, or even just type in why can a stock have a short interest greater than 100%, you'll get a full explanation. So the actual price for NIO right now, as we speak, is 2030, Jim. Okay. So I mean, it's changing, but it's, so I don't know what Fidelity is, but it is 2030. Boy, look at Marcus. Look at moving down here. Okay, the short thing. Are you talking about the short float percent, Marcus? This is from the YouTube feed. Marcus? I mean, as we speak, it's 2030. I bet it's rapidly changing, of course, Jim, but as we speak, yeah, 2035, 2035, 2034. I feel like an auctioneer. So, Marcus, can you hear me? Okay, so how does that cover? Well, okay, imagine if you were short a stock, okay, and all of a sudden, some catalyst hit the stock. It's either, some news that came out that just is, a virus, okay, we've got the cure to the virus or something, okay? Something came out that just absolutely got all sorts of traders involved, and the price is starting to rise, 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 and you're short. You're sitting there, Marcus, and you've got a short position. And you were very happy with your short position because it was moving down, 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 and you were very comfortable. All of a sudden, the stock, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Now, if you think, you may start to cover your position, which is buying the stock. So how is that affecting the price? You're fueling, you're further fueling. I sort of separate it into, well, no. Well, I mean, you should always have a stop loss, but sometimes you can't control, you can't control, something that happens overnight or pre-market, some crazy press release that comes out about the stock. You might have a stop loss, but it might blow right through it. Okay. So I always sort of separate the buying. I mean, people ask, is it true? I call it, for instance, if I got into a stock that was really running and I wasn't short before, well, that's kind of what I call true buying. I'm buying the stock, never had it before. And then there are the people that are covering. So they don't really want to buy it, but they've got to because they're covering their position. Well, I mean, It's obviously strong. I mean, unless the only thing I can see affecting this, honestly, is if some this is always going to be the risk, I guess, with these China stocks is they come out and say that we found fraud with the accounting or something like that. That's the only risk I really see, but that's a pretty big risk. Now look what happened to LK, and I'm not saying that's going to happen with Nio. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, but that to me, I mean, Nio has already had earnings, right? Had earnings August the 11th, so you don't have to worry about an earnings surprise. All right, everybody. I don't see any other questions, so I'm a little over time, which is fine. Okay, I don't see any questions. All right, so I think I'll wrap this up. So thanks a lot for all the help in the room today, everybody. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern, so have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.